The captive turnabout. Who got kidnapped? Bing, bing. Who are you? Nine? Nine? Knight got killed. He deserves to die. He died in jail. Dog. Dog. Woof. Still no sign of him, huh? Yeah. How long did he intend us to keep us waiting? Now, I'm sure the guard will bring him any second now. Night? The killing of Bastion. Look, it's been 2 days since the incident at the park, and today we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight, who has been charged with the murder. His trial is due to start tomorrow, and I am to be prosecutor behind the bench. What's taking so long? He dead. What's going on? I don't know, sir. Got a situation. Knight. He's been killed. Killed him? In the detention center? Ooh. Come on, Mr. Ezra. What are you for? Right, guard. Take us to the scene of the crime that was. Sir. So it didn't happen to holding cells, but surely that was where he was being held. What's the holdup? The crime scene's this way. Where are you taking us? Doesn't the story lead to prison proper? You mean those other cells are part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are detention centers holding cells. That's where defendants are kept while they're awaiting trial. The area beyond this door serves a rather different purpose. Yeah, it's where people who are convicted serve their time. I suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. Yes, I've unlocked it, sir. Please follow me. That's Knight, alright. He's dead. Yep, that's him. How could this happen? And how did he wind up in this prison proper? Investigation start. This is horrible. How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? I can hardly believe myself. But there's no doubting the evidence. And what's he doing here? I think it was being held in the detention center. No? He was. He must have been. His trial hasn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. Only those who have been found guilty are sent to the prison proper. There's no way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wandered his way over? The detention center and the prison are separated not only by 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. The detention center and the prison cells are separated by 2 heavy doors. Not only 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor, connecting corridor. That would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. Is there a third way? I suppose we'd better take a closer look at Knight's body. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully if we want to get to the bottom of this. Investigation start. Time to inspect every single nook and cranny. Come on. It's a hook. Nothing there. It's a cell, prison. Rope. Rope. What is this? Tarps, or rather, pile of tarps. What is that on the top of it? Whip. Maybe that's actually hers. Maybe she left it here. Oh. She and her whip are attached at their wrist. Trust me. I found karma. Is that it? I don't believe there's any more to be found. Alright, we're down here. What is this? Hey, stop! Huh? Is that? It's a chessboard. Mini chessboard. Pocket chess set. Why he carry that shit around? His neck brace is soaked with the blood. What? Huh? There's a small cut on his scalp. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was like, just do an autopsy. Hey, got a camera with you? Sure thing. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. Got a tarp. Under the sheet. Under the sea. The red stuff. What's that red stuff? Gloves. With black stuff on it. Examine it more in detail. What is this? Tar? Mud. Is that it? Inmate use only. It must be one of the prisoners who was doing it, right? Yes, he was threatening Madelson. Entering inside. There's blood on the outside. On the back. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body, or maybe our murderer dished it after they did the serum. Whoever it was that dropped it must have seen the body. You there. Yes, sir. Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir. The prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued with the gloves are under strict orders to give them themselves. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission, and we always check. I suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. What's he holding? Is that a ring? It's a ring. An expensive one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. I didn't say anything. Anything else? Anything else? Hey, no. Wait. What were they used for? We done here? Or... I don't believe there's any more to be found. Alright, we're done. Hey, yo, Gumshoe? Yes, sir. The victim, arrested for murder. How do you already know this? Talk about instant karma. Oh, he doesn't know. He's talking about yesterday's episode. Episode 1. Never would have thought her perp would turn into a victim himself. I don't like this at all. You don't think it was that ice cream guy they used, sir? Knight had seen his face, right? Maybe he couldn't afford to let him live.
Shelly the killer? No. If this were his doing, he would surely have left a calling card. And besides, Knight isn't the only one who knows what he looks like. We do too. Yeah. And I guess we're still alive, so... High security facility... The prison. Doesn't make sense having detention center and prisons in the same building. Anything? Seems to be a list of prisoners or reservations for this workshop. Where are all these numbers? Prisoner numbers, I'd imagine. I hate to be given a number like that. What is this? Part of the floor is covered with dirt. Footprints. Oh, that's where the gloves were used. There's a sink. Wait, some here? This is all this equipment. Musky. Wait, there's some drugs over here. There's also an apron. Yeah, got anything? Okay, and nothing. Logic Prime? Try it anyway. Alright. These tarps have been pretty distinctive design. In fact, it's the same design as a bloody tarp. Yeah, that's where it came from. You need to keep your treasure close when there's great thief around. I thought you were on sabbatical. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Yeah, nothing can stop us from learning to hunt together. You betcha. Let's not get carried away, detective. There's one thing we haven't found. What do you mean, sir? What's missing? The murder weapon. I see no sign of murder weapon anywhere. You're right. I didn't even think of that. Come on now, detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. I hadn't crossed my mind either. A fact that hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, you wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, should you? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone having a scene without one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Edgeworth. What was the murder weapon, and where has it gone? The answer to these questions may be the key to figuring out what happened here. Someone hit him in the head. Oh? Didn't know the guy had a whole entourage. Hey yo, I remember this guy. It's the dude. Wait a second, are you? No way. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Mr. Fender. It has been far too long. Fender. Who was he again? I heard it. Fender. This guy. You know, right? I know, right? But even after all this time, I'd know that deep bow anywhere. And that necktie, obvious. Manfred von Karma. The man, the legend, gotta say. I didn't expect to see you here. He's one of the good guys, I think. What you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edgeworth? Wow. Guess that explains the fresh face. Can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, eh? Been away traveling so long, so I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Whoa, where did that come from? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Enchanté, as I say. Fender's the name, and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Gumshoe. And I'm Dave Faraday, great thief. I'm on sabbatical at the moment though. Great thief. Wow, that's so romantic. Press chick, if you will. Right. It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise actually. I haven't made signing up super simple. Sounds awesome. I'd love to come hang out with you guys if you'll have me. Sorry, I should have mentioned that it's girls only. And they have to be super fun and super clean. And yeah, I totally get it. No hurt feelings, yeah. Come on, bring it in. You gotta be kidding. My bad. I'm just used to how to do things elsewhere, you know? And why are you here, Mr. Fender? Whoops, almost forgot this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is strategy number 1 in Von Karma playbook after all, isn't it? Just don't touch anything. Hey, quit with all the Von Karma stuff, pal. What gives? Detective, calm yourself. Von Karma's in jail. I'm one of the reasons he's in jail. Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is unfortunately understandable. Is. I take it you're Mr. Knight's attorney? Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I was supposed to be anyway. I was planning to represent Knight. If his client hadn't been murdered, he and I would have faced off against each other in court. Better see what he has to say for himself. Alright, what was his defense going to be? You were his defense attorney. So the victim asked you to represent him? Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I, but a guard showed up instead, and he told us that his body has been found. I'm as bummed as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up. Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food into the prison. Just eat it. It's here now. Want some? Little vice I picked up on my travels. So Moorish. I'll take it. Give it to me. I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it. I would have taken it. Fine. You do you. What are you here doing? Don't tell me you wanted to hear Knight's side. I did. Von Karma was always more of a convicted defendant at all costs guy. Didn't he teach you that? That was a long time ago. If you say so. Sure you don't want I want it! Give it to me! I want it! Take it! What? The victim. Having met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The Bronxster called me the minute he was arrested. Said really freaked out, man. Oh yeah. Mentioned your little performance too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. And not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talked you something fierce. Can't say I didn't join in the fun though, bruh. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Listen up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitors room here. I didn't think I ever had that much of a gas. Oh, so you come here a lot? Hey. Don't go getting the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. The visitors room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly your first time in the clink either. In which case, I'd better ask him what he knows about the room. What you know about the room? Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room? No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. What is a morgue? Let's go with the morgue. I don't know what that is, but the other 2 is the morgue. Well, it does have a dead body in it. A dead body equals morgue, am I right? Now, let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong. That wasn't one of the choices. So all the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile. It's a workshop. Can lead to new skills too. Thanks some qualifications for in their back on the street. I see. And how is access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edgeworth. I don't have all the answers. I already love this dude. My man over there probably does though, right, Compadre? Yes, sir. The workshop aren't locked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelets. And if they're not supposed to be here, ding-a-ding, an alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then bzzz. They get a real shock, if you know what I mean. And if they try to break or remove the bracelet, bzzz, a shock 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. I guess they need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules, but that sounds a bit excessive. If they wish to pass through a door like this one, prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensors for them and let them in. You get all that? Have any prisoners used this workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd know if they had. So no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop today. Door sensors data jotted down in my organizer, which means that there's a contradiction. Namely, there's one thing here that shouldn't be. I think I'm gonna quick look over the crime scene and employing my powers of deduction to solve the mystery. Alright. No logic. They take my apart bracelets by ringing alarm. What about it? So no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop. Have any prisoners used this workshop? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd know if they had. So no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop. Which means there's a contradiction. Anyway, there's something here that shouldn't be. I'll take a quick look over at the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction. In fact, it's something of a contradiction, isn't it? Think about it. About prison security system. The person knew that there's no way this glove should be here. Fitted to... Fuck it. Fuck it. The door sensor will detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound. What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all. And yet, here we have the rubber glove of the kind issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. So, where did the glove come from, sir? I don't know. Not yet, detective. All I know for now is that the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. It's an odd thing, isn't it? It's got dirt on one side, blood on the other. Inmates only. You. Apart from prisoner guard, who else has access to this room? No one. It's a prison after all. Prisoners or guards are pretty much... Mr. Fender? Come on, don't play with us like that, Brent. We both know that's not true. You know as well as I do that prisoners and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Huh? Oh, do you mean... But sir, they're... the higher-ups, Mr. Fender. Would you care to get to the point? What exactly are you talking about? What? You don't have a pair of peepers? You didn't see them on the way in? You're wondering about corridors showing with their buzz. I bet if you mozzie on out of that door right now, you trip over one of them and before you take a step. Listen, pal. We've had just about enough of your baloney. Take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. You know, for such a wide fella, you have a very narrow mind. What did you...
Hold it!
Hold it, detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing. Isn't that what they say? He's helping out. Alright. Do I know this dude? I feel like I've seen him, right? Here, the humans share their space with some special friends. Animals. Yep, furred and feathered fellas, all shapes and sizes. Guard filled me in how he came about. It seems they decided to try a little experiment in the animal therapy a few years back. The cons are assigned to a critter each, a buddy to keep their spirits up. Really? Is he taking a shit? He's taking a shit. That must smell like shit. Wow, really? It sounds like so much fun. Those enemies can even earn a pet qualification if they go through some job training with the animals. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. You got it. The room set up especially for that training stuff. Got a hang too. Got the execution. So, when you said somebody could have been at the scene of the crime, the animals? That's just, you're still talking baloney. What would animals do with a rubber glove? Good question. Well, I'm saying that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edgeworth, if you want me to arrest this piece of baloney, just say the word. No. Let me get this straight. Are you saying that these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know these sensors on the doors. They detect the prisoner's bracelets and the sound of alarm when somebody goes walkabout. Well, for furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up. They are? They're implanted just under the skin or on their shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila. What? Does it hurt? Nope, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now, where was I? Right. The point is, there's not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. It's ironic, really. Here in this institution where humans are caged and animals are free to roam. They're not completely free though. They can't leave the prison proper for one thing. No sensor or that big mother of a door out, you see. Ah. What was that thing like? Sir? It's a dog. Just look at this thing. And is that a bell around its neck? That explains the sound, I suppose. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious? You're going to stare it down? Yes. I refuse to lose to a dog. He was. What? Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skill could use some work. Leave him to a row. I know how to treat him, right? Come on, come to Gummy. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Man, ignored by a dog. That dog was certainly very different to other animals, and it seemed to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alright then. You've met the menagerie. Menagerie? Guess we better interview some witness here. Indeed. We need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found. Let's start with that guy. Hey you, on the shitters. Why you got a hood on? How do you get a hood? I ignored again. Hello, we were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident. Anyone else a little afraid of this guy? I'm not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man. I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a hug to break the ice. Seconds out. Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's the hugging type. I'm cool with that. One round, 10 reps each. What is this man up to? I better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? It's Rocco, D259, Carcerato. Don't mind if I keep moving, do you, boss? Fighter can't let his heart really drop. doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't worry you'll lose too much weight doing all that. Gotta make weight before you fight, boss. Won't even make it to a ring if you don't. So wait, I get it. You're a boxer. Was, back in the day. But it's good to stay fit. These ways, that's how I see it. So, is the bear part of your training too? Looks kind of like an apron. So cute. Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. Gives my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes. Seems to have loosened up a little. Off my chest. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident? Come on, boss. I ain't no stoolie. And I don't know nothing the man know how. I'll be the judge of that. Answer the question. He won't play ball. Logic chess? Logic chess? The more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am he's hiding something. Alright, let's see exactly what you do and don't know. What you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerado? Logic chess. Not mind chess, it's logic chess. Now, let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at these moments. When my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when help helps. First, let's see if he knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements. Commence. Why don't you start by telling me what you've done? You answer me. You want to shout the champ, is that it? Then put him up, pal. Bide my time. Throw in the towel already? That's gotta be a record. Fistcuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more happy to take you on the game of chess. Incidentally, if you don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? You think I don't get the stamina, kid? Just try me. Bide. I ain't tired. Not today. Not never. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat. Really? You make things funny to me. Give me a break, would you? I'm done talking. I'm tired. Yeah, real tired. Maybe you've kept your boxing skills sharp, but I'm afraid your lying needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Oh, we gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. He just took that shit off? Where's your bracelet? Oh, there it is. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. I should try asking about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside of this cell. I don't need to use my fists. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. What was it like around here? What do you mean strange? Worn out already? Ow. I should bide my time. You said bide my time? Hey. Bro, you said bide my time. Alright. Don't play dumb. Answer the question. Tell me what's going on around the time. I wish I could help you, boss, but I was asleep. We both was. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this kind of question. I need to reconsider my approach. What were you doing? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. This incident happened a short while ago and you seem wide awake. All things considered. Bide my time. Ryder's got to be able to take up quickly when he's down, but when he needs his beauty sleep too, build muscle. Is that so? I apologize for waking you. I have read that rest is an important part of a boxer's training regime. You don't say, Mr. Karen, when it comes to fight game, How do you know my profession? Interesting. Well, how do you know I'm a professor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the airport. which means you weren't asleep, and that you were lying again. You're a good kid. Caught me clean with that one. Alright, I admit. So what? A guy can't work out no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact of knowing he was awake is an important development. You were exercising. Enough of your barefaced lies. You weren't asleep, you were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Counterpunch, huh? Could have seen that one coming. Should have seen that one coming. It's time you tell me about what you know. Alright, you don't gotta shout it. Stop playing around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals. Already, you say. You've done well to endure yourself, but I feel you'll soon be out for count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened earlier. Well, what was it? Quit it, will you? I'm getting shellacked here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud. Real scared. Got all the little guys scared too. Yeah. Laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Checkmate. Got him. My chest. Checkmate. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on. I'll talk. You did it. Let's not get carried away. Hey, can we call it hang out? There's something super long I need to say. It's like fate brought us here today after all these years. It's a real privilege watching how you work, eye-opening stuff. In fact, just thought you should know I'll be telling you know who what you've done, what you've become. You know who? What do you mean? Von Karma? Came to get the lowdown, huh?
Hold it!
That's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Wow. Don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Report whatever you wish to whomever you wish. Just do it in someone else's time. Whatever you say, boss man, but I think he should know at least. Who is he? You know, how you've been living your life since you've signed on to doing things the Von Karma way? Who is he? After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already, am I right? Von Karma? He's in jail, right? He went to jail in Game 1. And Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. What's he talking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Nothing needs your concern, okay? Our focus should be on Mr. Carcerato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last. You won't land a glove on me, kid. The incident. There was a show, finished right around 10, came back here, did some training. This way, tried to. Barely got to the counter paper and some screens. What the guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. But what can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out, and I get back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I say, boss, what can I do? Don't nobody thank nobody for getting involved in what ain't none of their concern. Here you, brother. Best you can do is rub her neck from there. Anyway, am I right? You mentioned trading, Mr. Carcerato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy. The Fixer, they call him. What's the Fixer? A fellow who can get his hands on just about anything you need for a price. No way. Perhaps, Mr. Carcerato, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony, because I promise you that I'll be down for the count in one. You? Put me down. Try it, you bum. And what am I? Chopped liver?
there was a show finished at around 10.
Hold it!
Bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Hold it!
But this is clearly important, yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague.
Hold it!
Guy was hollering, howling, crying for help. Killed instantly by a stab and a wound to the throat. The body is covered in dirt, also smoke on his scalp. Killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat.
Objection!
Yeah, he died instantly. Yeah, are you listening carefully? You trying to be cute or something? The victim died from a wound to the throat, and very quickly after that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim you did. You say you heard the victim's cries, and yet that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream. He said there was. Who said there was? Quit looking so smug, will you? Fine, I admit, I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the Noxa did. He told me so. Next up, alright, let's move on. Let's move on. You? What do you want? Heard a scream. What of it? Came back from a show and they put us in a cell. Lawyers heard it. A scream. A real scary one. How exactly? Didn't hunt this part, I guess, but it was kind of like, eek, someone, anyone, completely he's, something like that. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more like someone who would likely to have been the person who found his body. That explains it. So, Mr. Carcerado was telling the truth, more or less. Is that really the case, though? Are there really no problem? No, fuck, no! What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm afraid a new problem has reared its head, namely, why didn't you try to scream yourself? Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when your neighbor heard it? What did I say? What do you think? I did the crime or something, huh? From inside of this cell? I don't think it's you. Guy died over at the workshop in case you forgot. I don't think it's him. Yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. But he does know something, right? He's right. Neither of us could have done it. Because let me tell you, if I could get out of this haze and murder someone, you'd all be toast. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? You bums ain't living this place in one piece of any of us. But I almost forgot these men are hardened criminals. Well, I wouldn't be doing that anytime here soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. What's my next move here? I don't get much out of you in this thing. Overruled. Hey, the judge, right? Girl with the hammer? Yep. And Sebastian, I think? Sebastian Winner. Or Sebastian the Best. Depending on the translation. Order in the court. Who died and made you the boss of me? Can't you see we're kind of busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. I want to hear Ikiari. Is it? Ikiari! Audio. Reader. Ikiari! Where's that? Records. Audio. PGM. Do we get Japanese voices? Your hand, if you please. By power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions, May the goddess of justice watch over you now and always. Guard, if you would. It looks like you'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on. Please, boss. Any place but there. There's no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing, a chance to redeem yourself, to be reborn. He's being dragged like that. And the bear is coming too. Polar bear. Oh, goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. Oh, Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are. Verity Gavella. Gavel. What was the name of the translation? Gavel. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is judge doing here in a place like this? Since you asked, Mr. Edgeworth, I've been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, and it is my sacred duty to deliver it. The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. What the heck is that? It's the first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child, for it is the sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Well, very young, kiddo. The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. What do you mean? I don't lie about... The panel is comprised of people from both legal and political professions, and a panel of which you are a member, I assume. I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf at your service. Thanks for coming to see us like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang out with the judicial per day. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here. Overrule. Need I remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association? Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. Just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them? What did I do wrong? I'm Edgeworth. What did I do wrong? The committee has the power to remove problematic... That's me, apparently? And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to your attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge. And what does the Committee for Prosecutory, whatever you said, want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of investigating.
Objection!
Objection! Sebastian the Best. Right? Pitiful. You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. And you are Winner. Eustace Winner. I think his name was Sebastian the Best, right? Sebastian the Best. His name is Eustace Winner now. Yep. Sebastian Winner, Eustace Winner. I saw it in the trailer. Prosecutor extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down at the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. I have never heard of you. And how about Detective Flatfoot over there? Nope. Name means nothing to me. It's expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say. I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner. And I don't think sweet nothing means what you think it means. It is entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us last month. Which one? The committee? Not just any rookie. I am a winning rookie. Which he will prove himself to be in due time. Now, let us cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. What do you mean? What mess? I fear I know exactly what it means. The committee sending an envoy with a new prosecutor intel,
I suspect I know what you're getting at, Winter, but I'm gonna need a few more details. Would you mind explaining? Judge Gavel. Very well. By the power vested in me by the goddess of justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident at the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winter. Here ends the verdict. What? Mr. Edgeworth dropped the case, just like that. Judge Gavel, I believe I asked for an explanation. The guilty verdict is in, the goddess has spoken, and her judgment is
Objection!
And what exactly have we done to warrant being taken off the case? Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principles of the territory, and while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning. You were one wrong move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement.
Objection!
I don't deny that I have pushed the boundaries where certain rules are concerned, but there is also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate. Then what you are saying is that the end justifies the means. The rules can be freely ignored. That is a very dangerous way of thinking. The law is absolute. It is not to bend to your whims. Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. What a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be your defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but to give thanks for the goddess of justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal, to do so would be to risk your badge, of course. Do they mean to take my badge if I don't play along? Wow, tough break, Edgeworth. Risk it? See, you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you'd be so kind as to escort him out. No, stop. What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge now. So you'll do as I say and move out the way. What? You're not the boss of me. I'm looking for you, Flatfoot. That's exactly what I am. You're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Winter says. But, sir, Judge Gavel, yes, Mr. Edgeworth, the committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appeal. If you haven't heard the last of this, duly noted. Until we meet again. Just go, okay, we're leaving. Right. Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all this? I don't know who you're talking about. It makes it seem like it's Von Karma. They make it seem like it's Von Karma, right? But he's in jail. He went to jail in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, episode 4. Beginning, middle. Alright. Can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible. The way those two treated you. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess. I'm more worried about the team's reasons for doing what they did. And what they might do next, I suspect it won't be good. Earth to Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. So this is it. You're giving up in the Bronco case? No, I have no intention of doing such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tactically accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't believe I have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, detective? Got some bad news, sir. Word down at the precinct is they just arrested somebody for tonight's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they're being held in the detention center. Maybe you can go talk to whoever it is? Good idea. Let's get down there, Mr. Ashworth. Even with the authority to investigate, surely I can pay a suspect an innocent visit. Alright, we're on our way. Me too. I'll see you there, sir. But won't you be missed, detective? Nah, everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good. We'll see you shortly. Yes, sir. Come on, Kate, let's go. You got it. Still no sign. Yeah, where's Mr. Fender? He should be here, right? Mr. Fender! Wait, this is just like the last time. Please don't tempt fate like that. No, I can't. Surely you can. Told you. Just a pair of visitors. Alright, who did it? Sounds like someone really just want to see us. Sup? No. Just talk with them, please. Aren't they all super scary? All you do is stare at you right into your soul. And you must be the suspect. Eek. See? Told you. Okay, why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you. But I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for calling up absolutely nothing. Mr. Suspect, you doing okay there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right? Who are you? Kay Faraday. Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. Just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though. Funny, I don't recall ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stick a hole in your soul or anything. Oh, please. Really? Anyway, can you first tell us your name? It's Saint. Simon Saint. Hold up. Gotta stretch. Nice to meet you, Simon. Simeon? You can call me Kay. Everyone else does. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Please, Simon, we're trying to help you. Promise. Dude, my leg fell asleep. I help you, I promise. Really? I'm not your prosecutor, bro. It's Sebastian. Or Eustace Winter. Makes a case, I was finally have to get his answers. Sentencing. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Who, me? Why would anyone want to know? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Do you have a job? It's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher. About you and Mr. Knight. Okay. Simon, do you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. The suspect. Timid young man who seems an unlikely murderer. We're friends. Interesting. I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested. And did you know that Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him. He came to see Knight. I wonder when that would have been. When was that, Simeon? It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. The police called him. Why? How come the police called you? They said the Bronco asked him to. He needed a favor. He wanted to bring me his chess set, the pocket-sized one. So I went to his place and came here. He told you to go to his house, so he had the keys, right? A favor. He wanted me to bring him the chess set. Why does he need it? A chess set. Chess set. Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? You do know everything about you is written all over your face, right? Bruh. I'm not a mind reader. I'm just an expression reader. This girl. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having the side kid as helpful as me? I sure do. And have you read what my next move is gonna be? Sure have. There's something you want to show Simon. Indeed, let's present it to him and see what he has to say about it. Alright. That's it. So, this chess set. Oh, that's one I brought for Bronco. Well, that settles it. Hold up. What's in it? Found it next to Mr. Knight. He always had a chessboard somewhere nearby. Wait, there's something in it. I'm not surprised he had it with him when Simeon, you and Mr. Knight were very close. Yeah, we were best friends. It's more suspicious. If you're close to Knight, you're kind of suspicious, aren't you? I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it such a shock for me to find out he had killed someone? It's not easy discovering that someone you're close to had committed a terrible crime. It's a very bitter pill to swallow indeed. How could it all end like this? I could never have imagined. Something's not right here. There's just no way Simeon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't have any obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason. I wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Reason for arrest? I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know, honestly. Oh, he answered you. I guess he's not scared of you anymore. Thank God, Mr. Solmer. Well, the cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. Before you, I was here. The policeman. Was there a prosecutor with him? Yes, it's a kid named De Winter. Eustace De Winter. Okay, I thought as much. So, did they interrogate you yet? What? I'm going to be interrogated? By the cops? Yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. No. I won't the detective shout at me and threaten me and they're always these hulking guys, right? Who gets in their face and force you to Detective Gumshoe reporting for duty. There he is. I told you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms. No, please. What's up with this guy, Mr. Edgeworth? Nothing. You're just being you. I guess that's how you are. I don't get it, sir. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, Simon is clearly innocent. There's got to be something we can do for him, isn't there? Mr. Saint? Yes, you are Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago, you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with this murder. Is my understanding correct? Yes, I didn't kill anybody. Very well. I will choose to believe you, and I will do all I can to assist you. Huh? Why would you help a nobody like me? Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. Right. I have something of a personal interest in this case. You mean a personal grudge? That's right. It's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme. Ooh, yeah. Now we're cooking. Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited. I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand, which means you. Your information will be invaluable, Gunfer. I still think there's something inside the chest set. In other words, let's see if we can't help one another out, shall we? Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow the attorney's badge? Then you could represent the Palantir. Now's not the time for jokes, Tommy. I mean, Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended on it. But I wasn't kidding. I just thought, helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can't do that. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but treat you like any other suspect. But you don't need to worry, I believe you. Or at least, I have decided to try for now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return. If nothing else, it might help you to feel a little less alone. Now, if you'll excuse me. March 28th, so we talked a good game in there, but we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime. Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all. Tommy, can't defend for his life, remember? Well, who do we have here? Hey, Mr. Fender! Fender, if it isn't Edgeworth in the game, what's your cats doing here? Listen, pal, if you've come to harass me, no. We need his badge. Hey, easy there. Detective Flatfoot Holmes, I'm here to work. Work? What are you doing defending somebody? Well, the K-Meister nails in this one. Knows it in one. Aren't you just the uber intelligentes? One of the bunch? Uber intelligentes? That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue, but about town, but I'm actually not a half-bad attorney, which is why I've been summoned to the old jail room for a meeting with a new client. Suspect is Simon Sainsbury. You mean Simon Say? Wow, that's freaky. You know more about my job than I do. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That's what I've been thinking. I fear I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Oh. Von Karma in the first game investigations. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have little choice. Fender. Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fingerprint. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Damn. Say it ain't so. I heard you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are no-go, especially those of the Von Karma variety. I should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. What did I do? I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about things, Von Karma. But please, believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. He's a changed man. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore. I do have feelings, Detective. He's right. Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He got me off a hook just last month. You don't say. Well, that escalated quickly. But he was. There's no other word for it. He was heroic, really thiefly, even. Please, Fender, don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case than meets the eye. I'm certain of it. I can't just walk away from this. I can't. Please allow me to help you with this investigation. He bowed? He took a bow? Sheesh. A bow from the great Miles Edgeworth. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So enlighten me, if you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, I suppose that I would say the courtroom itself. I have experienced so many things and met so many people within its four walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person? Huh. Well, I'll be. Though old where you would never have bared a soul like that. That was beautiful. You might have even surprised you-know-who, and you know how much that takes. Who is you-know-who? You know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to start again with a clean slate. So, this is me. Edgeworth and Co. Law Offices. Eddie Fender, Senior Partner. Edgeworth. That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So, the you-know-who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is the clever K-Maester nails it in one again. That's right, I was talking about his old man. He's dead, though. As you all noticed, I kept his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edgeworth, Miles. I'm gonna level with you here. I don't trust you, not fully anyway. I can't just forget all those years you spent licking Bon Karma's boots, you know? And you can say they've changed. I'm gonna need you to prove it. And besides, you know is what Gregory would have wanted. Very well, I accept. Okay, and that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. I hereby appoint you to interim associate of Edgeworth and Co. Congrats, man. I'll try to not to let you down. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to an eye? The prodigal son coming on board at his late father's firm. Permission to come on board too. Please, Mr. Fender. You don't even have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew. Thanks, Captain. Alright, I guess it's time to go to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted? Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body. Just what I was thinking. Eager associate, we do indeed. Sort of type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going. What about me? You come along too. You're the detective. I just can't hop on board as an attorney assistant like you guys. He has a point. Can't leave him adrift on his own now, can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winter. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You're in a uniquely powerful position, Detective, and I'm gonna need all the information you can. You can count on me, sir. I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip into the defense. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose slips of yours might be what saves her hip. Throw in those prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. I'm back. So, any idea how you tracked down whoever found Balkster's body? I think our best bet would be simply to ask around. Oh, don't you dare. Who are you? Wait, you're the one. You're the one who screamed, right? Who's this? Just look at you. Are you talking to me? Fabulously, chick. Darling, fabulously. Facial hair is just a corn, don't you think? Enchante, mademoiselle, and much obliged. Defense Attorney Eddie Fender, at your service. Let's get things off the right foot, shall we? A little embracer. Oh ho ho, I like the sound of that. Just got kissed, bro. got sucked right on the kisser. Well, how else does one greet a new friend? A little smooch is entirely the rigor, don't you think? She's the one who screamed, right? I think I remember something. Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless, it even puts the great thieves to shame. Physical contact is very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too. Sure. Fifi Lagarde, by the way. Warden of the charming abode. You may call me Fifi, of course. So she's the warden of the entire detention center and prison facility. Pleasure to meet with you, Miss Lagarde. Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? Oh, don't be silly. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day after all. Important in what way exactly? Meeting of some kind? Meeting? Oh, heavens no. Couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday was a circus came to visit. The soundtrack is from the first game. Or the second game, right? Anyone who had to be there. Anyone had to be there. If you're here at home, you are watching the show with me. The performer set up a special stage in the yard just with us. We're one very lucky family. What the fuck does that mean? So she was at the circus performance for the inmates yesterday. Mr. Caserato mentioned the show yesterday as well. He must have been talking about the same thing. What time did the show take place? From around 8 till 10. Something like that. Hold on. By dint of having attended the show, she has a responsibly solid alibi. Would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, I really must dash. Feel free to explore her Mikasa, Sukasa, and all that. Ciao for now. Adios. Italian. Oh, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed. And that scream was heard by one inmate we know. Therefore, our first task is to question the inmate and see where his information will take us. Hello, what is this? Some room here. Seems to be about the prisoner. They really are like caged animals. They may look fearsome, but like sweet-natured herbivore. Penguin named Guinea. The kind of thing that in a zoo, not a prison. That's what I'm saying. Oh, parrot. Oh, superb. That's what it says. Sea cell to the right. Classification. Habitat. Not exactly awful, is it? Rosalie fellow has a pet polar bear called Teddy. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is low. He may push his body to the max, but he's really kind to himself. Omnivore. What exactly? Damn, bro. They're like animals. About the person. Then it seems that a workshop is... What? Biggie! What are we doing? Do you have a moment? Had a few questions. Perfect. It's beautiful. I don't know what's going on. Wagging, man. Alright. In here. Hello, anybody in there? Nice try, kiddo. But this isn't the bathroom still. You, hello there. Could you help us out? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Someone using this workshop right now? Yes, sir. One of the prisoners is in here. Just confirm myself. I'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's alright. I'll go fetch him right now. This one's all yours, Miles boy. What? Why? You should say I'd rather not roll the dice since I don't know. Huh? And I thought all adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Yeah, well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now. Let's call it even. Here they come. I know this dude. He's from the first game. The first episode of the first game. Yeah, you're the dude, right? The golden statue. And then you hit someone and then blamed Larry Butts for it. Not exactly the hardened criminal we're expecting, is he? My name is Miles Ashworth. I'm a public prosecutor. Prosecutor, you say? Eddie Fender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor indeed, that'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya? He's right. I mustn't forget that on defense, Strong is assistant for the time being. That explains it. I did think he looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. Winner? Would you mind answering a few questions? No, of course not. I'd be delighted. Name Schwat. Frank Schwat. Sawit. Frank Sawit. Saw it. Frank saw it. The witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure. Have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Saw it. You are no doubt aware of the murder that took place yesterday. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time of the body was found? Yes, I was in the workshop there, working as one might expect. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm looking to become a stylist, you see. Pet stylist, that is. Yes. So I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can. Unusual spot of an unusual field of study befitting an unusual prison, I suppose. And that said, I certainly didn't see anything interesting. I barely asked him a question, and he's already sweating bullets. So yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry. Logic chess? You know something, don't you? He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm gonna get any answers. Logic chess. Logic chess. Yes. My first step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent. I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid. Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much information. I don't think he'll be giving much information in the way of physical cues either. I have to write only his words. That's the one we all know. Alright. Time to make the first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding emotions, but everyone has a tell. Commence. What's your connection? Tell me, what's your connection? The murder? Oh, well, it had nothing to do with me. Nothing. Really? Yes. I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Oh, you see, how do I put this? Wait. If you don't have anything, wait, what did he say? Well, I think myself it's an upstanding citizen, a good person, if you will. Let me fucking see history. I need to see the history. A good person? Forgive me, but under normal circumstances, good person do not tend to end up in prison. You'd do well to tell me what you know about the incident. How many times do I have to tell you people? I don't know anything. Okay, let me see the fucking history. I don't know what he fucking said. Sorry, oh no, apologies. But considering the incident occurring... Okay, what the fuck did he say? I don't know anything, I swear. I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all. Well, I suppose I see you might be seeing everything, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you have to look elsewhere. The person who found the body, you say? Do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned anything. It's because you do know something you're not telling me after all. No, I just sense that's who you might be looking for. Simply a stylist in training. I don't know anything truly. There's no just hiding something there. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. It's very good at him, it's really not long. Tell me about the incident yesterday. If you really don't know anything, then you haven't died, really? Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened. Died. If you don't have anything, what the fuck? It would be great if I could history. How are things in the prison? I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid. I don't have a clue as to how to push the competition. I'll try to leave it. What were you doing? I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Scarlet. I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training. And that's what I was doing yesterday. Training specifically, I was giving my animals a trim. You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I'd imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here. Yeah, commotion, you say? Not really. Maybe I heard someone, but bide my time. What the fuck? He stutters his words, right? Were they screaming? You heard someone. Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. You continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, but I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it. No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't remember. The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. Tell me about the day of the incident. How are things in the prison? I don't remember. I don't have the best memory. You said you heard a scream. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. Yeah, maybe I'm mistaken. The truth is I really don't remember. Your memory fails again. How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Spot. I mean, I'm not lying. Temper. Sure, you've noticed, but I don't remember. The fuck? Could I see the history so I know? Bide my time. You must know when I'm understand such a topic again. Well, my scissor technique will be ignored, but I say I'm quite good. loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to denying having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding? Tell me. I can assure you I'm not hiding anything, I'll admit. I did really hear somebody scream, but I'm not hiding anything, I swear. Jesus Christ, man. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson. Will never end well for my opponent. When did you hear this from? Wait, now I remember. I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners in time of the incident, you see. It's performing animals, if you remember correctly. Alright, that's where I was. Now you wish to claim you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. Well, someone seems to be hopping mad. Let me see the fucking history. That is my memory is patchy. The animal show really had to be seen to be living. It did it? Tell me, what kind of animal did you see? You think a whale? You weren't actually at the show. Well, I seem to remember I was being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Sawyer wasn't at the show. Who did you hear screaming? Wait, I just really made a mistake. The incident happened, I was in the yard. Yes, so I didn't hear him screaming, no. I'm picking up my clue. You weren't at any show. How am I going to realize? I already know you weren't at the show. The game's up. It's high time you tell me the truth. I demand to know about the scream now. Can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear you scream. Not from the people who found the body. Wait, it wasn't the victim who screamed? How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body? I made a mistake, that's all. How, Mr. Sawyer? How did you know it was the person who found the body who screamed? It's, If you don't have anything to ask me. What the fuck? Oh my god, man. I have to start over? Oh, wait, no. Who did you hear screaming? What? I have to start over? Who's the lady? Because you're the one who found the body. Really? You knew it because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim, it was you. I was thinking it was the warden. Yes, checkmate. Now that we've established that you were the one who found the body, I believe you have lost any standing you might have to withhold your cooperation. Right, you win. Because I'm sure I wouldn't have anything useful to tell you. Probably wasn't even worth your time. It's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision to make is to ensure that end. Hold it! Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? What do you mean? I'm not trying to expose you, we're trying to save Simeon. That's what we know, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a thief attorney's assistant. What K-Meister said, you need to listen to the kid more, you know? The client has requested the service of Ashworth & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Singh's well-being is taking a back seat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people. So I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder. In case the importance of this man's testimony repeated for Mr. Song, I'm asking you once more, what happened when you found the body? Finding the corpse. I was in that workshop there by myself, practicing what I've learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek through a little window, and then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quelled and find myself screaming in sheer terror. Let me get this straight. The room you're in is next to the one where the corpse was found? The room you're in is next to... Yes, that's right. I was in workshop B, and you were there the whole day? Yes, from the 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, 9 p.m., and they check who's in the workshop during roll call. That's right. Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m., which means that night's body wasn't in the workshop yet. 7 and 9 and noon hadn't been found at the time. Guess that means the murder took place after the 7 a.m., which puts it right around the time the show was happening. Yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it, and therefore anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would it be fair assessment if I saw it? I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear. Rooting it out should be my first priority. Finding the corpse.
Hold it!
Press everything.
Hold it! Hold it!
Wait, saw something blue. To address this newfound interest later.
Hold it!
Bum.
Hold it!
Practicing what I've learned. I happened to peek through the little window. But it had bars over it and a panoramic view. They're just... that's right, yes, you have to address this newfound interest later. And then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. All 3 times, prisoners are not allowed to move about. They open the doors if animals that raise alarm even in major business. What's in here? There's gotta be something in here, right? Chess pieces. Anything missing? There's gotta be something hidden here, right? It can't be just a chess piece. They open the doors if animals detected, but raise an alarm is when you first detect them. In front of the door to the other shop, practicing what I've learned. Okay. How'd you get in there?
Objection!
How'd you get in there? Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Solid. I'm afraid you'd rather lost sight of what you are. I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's trained to be a stylist. But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you're wearing? The bracelet that marks you as a prisoner, and therefore unable to move around as you please. As you both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded the alarm. Well, there's no way you could have lived into the other workshop without leaving the way you were. Ali, stylishly done, Giroux. But doesn't this mean that Mr. Sahib couldn't have found a body? Good question. Perhaps Mr. Sahib himself can explain. It's, actually, I may have forgotten to mention about one very important detail. By all means, go ahead. So he somehow found his way. Alright, finding the corners. There's a little trick we prisoners know about. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without the triggers. That's how I was able to peek through the window. Inside, I spotted the victims of the body, which made me scream in fright. So he's saying he was able to look through because he had kept his arm inside and leaned out. Please don't tell anyone about this trick, especially not the guards. Is it? Is this all he was hiding? I better dig in. Better press everything. There's a little trick, you see.
Hold it! Hold it!
Well, what's the problem? Yes, of course. I went right away. And you went to look as soon as you heard these noises? And that room was supposed to be empty. There is a problem. You claimed you looked through next door and you heard a noise, but that's the case. You have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. Yes. Gotta be quick and that's all it. Told the truth. You do, of course, have the right to be silent, but it will dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything, but it's insane to believe, really. Just tell us what you saw. Alright, it was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. A huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What'd you say? It was hellish, utter hellish. It's that beast, that awful beast, he killed him. Suddenly I don't feel so good. Jeepers, that's awful, traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible. So there's a man-eating dog. Black dog. And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you? For now. Append. Hold up, gotta take a shit.
Alright. On the side, I spotted the victim's body, which made me scream. What happened? Is there? Is there a man here? How dreadful. How horrible. Now you know why I couldn't have a scream.
Hold it!
Hold it. You- Don't say it. Do you really need to ask him that? Well, okay, what was the punch for? I'm on your side here. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Not even the twitch finger, just lifeless. Enough already. Why do you have to go into every detail? To give you a nice accurate testimony, this is what you wanted, right? Shall I add it? Please do. It was awful. It was terrible. Oh, he was dead as a doornail. I'm just sure that not even the twitch of fingers. Just lifeless. How many sentences does he have? You paint a very vivid picture. Front row, I guess. I can almost feel the agony of a poor man's movements. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep. Okay, that's unfortunate. It's your fault for pressing him somewhere. I'll be having a nightmare. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. It featured a snowflake motif in relief.
Hold it!
Hold up. How did you see the ring? I suppose. Nevertheless, it's true. I remember the ring. That's really... Is it even plausible? Hold up. What ring? You shouldn't have seen the ring. It was covered. Hold up. You shouldn't have seen the ring. What ring?
Objection!
You shouldn't have seen the ring, bro. Ring with the snowflake. Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail. Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's a little too accurate. And what's wrong with being too accurate? I mean this, you have testified to have seen the ring with the snowflake design on it. And while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger, see, exactly what I said. There's no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. Yeah, as you can see, the victim's right hand was covered with a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see the ring, let alone what the design it was, unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier you're going to take a look through the window near your door. Yet, you seem to have quite a lot from such a distant location. Yeah, how the fuck do you reach your hand in here and then see through the door? Mr. Rickshaw, act like you know it all. I mean, I saw it. What I saw, I swear. I know, that man's arm must have moved under the tarp after I kicked it. Nonsense. You already told us he couldn't. That can't have been the case. He wasn't moving at all, he was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. You said it was yourself that was a victim who was dead. And the dead men don't move, do they? Hoo-wee, is that a stretch of you, the desperation I smell? What you hiding? Tell us. No, you're wrong. Couldn't let it go, could you? Had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy, two-bit associate attorney. Seems the real Mr. Shaw has finally revealed himself. Wow, that's quite the route he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat. Look, I'm just a sweet, innocent witness here. But are you really? Because I must say I have doubts. I have very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? You saw something that should have been impossible to see from the outside of the workshop. How'd you do it? Simple. Mr. Sark, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. Was it in the workshop?
Take that!
You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the room. Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over, minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed a paper out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? I want to see the evidence that proves I'm in the room with the body. This, probably. Stained with blood.
Take that!
The thing you have in your pocket. Remind me, Mr. Sawyer, what were you doing when you discovered the body? Of course. And perhaps this rough glove might mean something to you? That's the glove found in the victim's body. I believe it dropped by the killer, and I can't help but notice you have a similar glove tucked in your apron. No, this one's
Hold
different. Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it? It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them, all over the prison. Doesn't prove anything.
Objection!
Fingerprint? Not yet, perhaps, but we're past the police to check the gloves for prints. I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. It's over.
Objection!
Objection! Huh. That was a pretty rad objection, am I right? Please, Fender, now's not the time for tomfoolery. I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's still something that doesn't make sense. Our man here is a prisoner, right? He got one of those bracelets the hook is on. Maybe the rubber glove covers it. How could I have left his workshop in the first place? This bracelet would have taken on. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good old buddy? We're all friends here. Weird. You should be clinging onto that bracelet like a big brown lifer it is. In what way? As in, it's the best hope our wig-fringed friend here has for getting off the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get in the crime scene with the bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't said a peep about it. Maybe the battery's dead? Sounds of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach the silence called me yesterday too. You sounded like an actual attorney for once there. The worst of times are when lawyers call me show their biggest smile. Gregory taught me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lives by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why is the coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. I fell over a little while back, you see, hit it on the floor. After that, didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. Should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see, so your bracelet was broken. But did it really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there. Could we have a moment? Aren't you just the cutest? Ahem. You hope, sir? This room appears to be broken. What? That's no good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Not affected by sensors? I don't believe it. Sweet. Bracer sorted. Now, to turn on the murder. What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, pally. You're the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were there other inmates freely roaming the halls while everybody was busy watching the show? No, I just found a body. That's all, I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went into the workshop after Beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets. He was going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers things. Then why didn't you take the ring? Hey, I'm a great thief. I never was allowed to steal from I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after it entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. Panic, rushed back to their workshop and started my big screaming. And drop the glove in your haste, huh? This is all just about hangs together. Anything smells funky to you? Other than whether someone didn't? I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell to detention in the detention center. Oh yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Saw's testimony. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mr. Saw? Yes, what is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no. There was one other who didn't. That this person couldn't have watched the show even if he wanted to? Yes, how did... I knew it. I had my suspicion when we first ran into Black Dog yesterday, but this here proves it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable. Where is this prison cell? We're gonna say him? What are we talking about here? Him. He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special. Gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him. What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? The big cheese, huh? Well, I for one definitely value my life, so that sucks. They keep him in maximum security. Which is over there. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently. Alright. Quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already. Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. Roberta's saying, in fact, I may have already said too much. John Doe? Shelley, the killer? Is an old acquaintance. Got family visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend over there too. Let's go. Is it you? Is you are? Hello. Who is this? Hey. The dog? Mr. Edgeworth, that voice, I knew it. Yeah, it's been far too long. You remember me? I can hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. Huh. Alba? No, it's not dangerous. Mr. Edwards? Are you talking to the dog? Von Karma? Who? Is there someone else? Still can't see a dang thing. But I am forgetting myself. Forgive me. I did not often receive visitors. One moment, I will turn on the light. Who are you? Who's this? You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right thinking that you are, the three of you? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Canis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances. Canis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and fearsome sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by sound of bells. Have we seen him before in a previous game? I feel like he... Canis. He's a blind descent. Well, that's a spoiler. Have we seen him before? Debut episode, Captain Turner. So we've never seen him. We've never seen this dude before. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Ashworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me? You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. So he's blind. That's a spoiler. Suspicion of murder. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmet is a gentle soul. He is in my eyes nothing more. But absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmet is more than a mere seeing-eye dog. And he's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sort of trade. This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I presume. Saw it is anything but trustworthy. I hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. No, then, as I thought. Yes, I did, Hermit. Yes, I figured that he already knew where witnesses. Their alibi? What were you doing between 8 and 10? During the show, you mean? I was here, in constantly humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see, an obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning. I can't believe someone would actually let you. Chess. Chess pieces. The warden and I have an understanding. An understanding? This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. They're nothing but a lethal weapon in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane. Whoa, that mustn't take forever. Time is all I have, child. In my case, my focus has now shifted to pieces, such as these. Why don't you play chess? You play too, do you not, prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Will do, though you may find my game rather rudimentary. I only began after my arrival here, I'm afraid. What piece? A dog with 3 heads? Yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Knights, soldiers, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such games has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with these regular pieces. Hold up. Hold up. Is there a dog piece in here? No, it's a different color. Wait. Yeah, no. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chest. Then sharing moves by post. Yes. Though I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Sounds like there's a current opponent isn't a resident here. The victim. I suppose you know the identity of the thieves, Mr. Canis? His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. You keep your... my legs fell asleep again. You keep your ears to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Ashworth. Why am I not surprised it's plunged into... my leg.
Why am I not surprised that he's plunged into the prisoner's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassin of a president, that is no small matter.
Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth? Didn't Mr. Knight? Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wing's fake assassination scheme? Well, there, cowboy. You're saying that Brownsler didn't actually have a pop at the press? I was hired to defend him in charge of attempted murder. You mean you don't know what really happened? So, what? They just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case and tried to keep you away. And swapped in what Wiener to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this night, was it? They tell me he was violently insisted he had attempted no assassination, which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say one thing. I know for certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned in false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmet. Yes, it is. Yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? Ever something like that effect before? Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. Agent Lang. Right. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtrooms door, too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produced nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. He never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. The truth revealed in court in your deductions, it is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I'm not bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in air. Not those two again. Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gabble. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't disappointed. That posed more questions than answered. What do we do now? Solid's testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence to take on Kennesaw. Alright, I'll be back. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmet will show you out. Good boy, Helmet. Go on now. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Alright, man. Until next time, Mr. Canis. It does pain me that our brief time must end, just as you are becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, see ya. March 20. Now gathered evidence needed to bolster my case. Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you there? Get off of there. That's the best hiding spot you could find. Alright, Kay, you can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast. Fender. So what do we do now? You and I will continue. I just know where to start by solving that one particular mystery that's been dogging us the whole time. Knight's body was found in one of those prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of these detention centers holding cells. How did he wind up on the other side of the heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells and Mr. Knight's room, right? What about Mr. Fender's? I'm sure he is kind of her boss, isn't he? There are cells over there. What is this, though? What is that no enter sign? I have just about had it. Who's that? Warden the guard? She must have come from the corridor marked by no entry. He's still not talking. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess the killer was for hire was always going to have a nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh. Couldn't help but overhearing you. But were you talking to Badedarmacanis? Oh my, you were listening. How very gauche of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know. Do you normally conduct interrogations of men yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have occasional tete-a-tete with everyone, you see. That's what it means to be a member of a family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet. He's angling for an invite. I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. He's down this corridor, darling, but if I don't just let anybody wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right about here. This wonderful room, if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden and yard? Ooh la la. The yard, if it's anything like the rest of the place, is probably full of adorable animals. Can I say? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid it's just not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it badly, you have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. But just listen to me. Chattering away like there's no tomorrow. There's no time for Allie's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying. Allie, the sweetest little deer in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know who it is. Now, to the yard meeting. Ciao for now, darlings. Who's dying? Executed? I wanted to ask her more about Candace, but she dominated the conversation from start to finish. Let's investigate the victim's cell, shall we? Nice cell. What do you think he was brought in? Evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. Then at some point he wound up in prison proper. There must be some evidence that will point us to the right direction. Alright, let's go looking. Look under the bed. Oh, what is this? There's a smudge. There's a smudge here. Weirdly clean. Is there a trap door? Newspaper? Newspaper got a trunk missing. That's right. A few pages. But why? He wanted to clean his cell. Didn't have cleaning cloth. It's not totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean the cell? Bed. Doesn't look very comfortable. The pillow cover is very clean, spotless. Is that it? I don't believe there's more to be found. Alright. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. What next? Rook, no, pawn to g6.
G6. Oh, he was playing chess with the dude. He was playing chess with Canis. Life as a pet stylus. To do something? Card for fun. Okay, yeah, this is the one. It looks like that.
Eureka!
Eureka! This chess game, I've seen it before. Enough with chess chat. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus. I'm investigating. The particular bit of chess chat proved to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what this is? This chess set we saw in Mr. Canis' cell. But I don't really know the rules of chess, so the rules of the game are not important here. What is important is the position of these chess pieces compared to ones in Mr. Canis' cell. Do you notice anything? I don't know which piece or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares. Now, there's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, if the position of these pieces are identical, what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it might seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight. This could be just to prove that we know, to show that Mr. Canis had a connection with the victim. Are we done investigating this now? I don't believe it. Alright. Toilet. Security camera. A thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very friendly and honest. I think it might be entirely deliberate. Guard. Retrieve the footage of the security camera and review it as closely as you can. Yes, sir. What else? Window? Barred window. Huh? Oh, can't go out. Is that everything? Or newspaper like before, obviously connection. The part of the sword had been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice, who knows, but we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. Torn out pages of that newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask the guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping. Lift it up. Lift it up. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Canis and the victim. This is bad, sir. The security footage, sir. I watched it and... Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. Let's see it. Damn, bruh. We got video now. 3D too. That was black thing. That was a doll, right? Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper, but it seems the assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location.
Take that!
Right here. Right here, in the detention center.
and the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis' dog. And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. Knight's cell was the crime scene. Which piece of evidence takes on new? Couldn't find anything. This? Prison roll call. Can I watch it? There's a few. By Saint. Killed instantly by a stab. Body was covered in dirt. There was also small cut. Well, first of all, with this, right, because it means he was dragged here. Where's this rope? Discovered on top of Knight's body. Just tied up. They opened the doors if an animal was detected. There's an alarm. Dog biting the victim's coat doesn't seem to be like the beverage. That. This. There's three, right? This takes on new meaning. If Knight's cell was a crime scene. Searched the prison for a murder weapon but couldn't find anything. There are signs victim detention number was wiped clean. Well, that has a new meaning, right? And this takes a new meaning. So let's try them all. Couldn't find anything.
Take that!
Let's try the wiped floor. Blood. Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective with the remain of gumshoes somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have the cell tested for traces of blood and report the results to Edgeworth. Got it, sir. I've ordered a test to see if it was blood. Now we can really go after the Canis guy, right? No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between cell and the prisoner. Right. What's the play, Coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have will tell us. Okay, attempting to asking. Hey, what's up, Lane? Thanks for the tour. Later. He's an ally, right? Interpol. Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. Didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. Agent Shilong Lane of Interpol. He was in charge of the case and worked for him 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zingfa after that, but here he is. You have some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lin. You can say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Wait, why are you all alone today? That's true. That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I heard you were at it again with the company's back, sticking your nose into things. Yeah, why is he here? Is there a smuggling incident? Actually, all right, the president died, right? His president. Well, heading up the security detail. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficiency of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lane doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or courts to do their jobs, right? Which is why he's meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream of crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things will turn out differently than you had your men when you were in charge. I mean, yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lane? What on earth happened? Told you, doesn't concern you. See you around, prosecutor. He seems not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Ring later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here? That thing? No way. If I had, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here. So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? Now, okay? You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Kenneth's dog has been spotted on the side of those heavy security doors. Ew. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did a grow a pair of legs and brought it somewhere? Where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope to track it down. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks. Hey. Are those faithful assistants I see before me? Hey, Fender! What's up? Fender, and where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking around for you two. Been searching high and low, wandering lonely through the prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you. But the prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You wanna hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of those guards and they told me about some interesting. Something interesting? Turns out Broncaster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. Incident? Simon told me he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after it wrapped up, and Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard, and he was handcuffed, obviously. They make it back in the car. Bronxster clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak, because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's a bit, that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in the cell and then turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned the cell inside out, but no dice. The guard was struck. What did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was just still out. They took him to the hospital. Word is he's still there. So there's nobody around to tell us exactly what happened. Guard was attacked and his keys, including the one tonight's cell, were stolen. They have yet to be recovered. What the? It's you losers. That's all we needed. Who? Eustace Winter? I knew it. Fuck. Hey, how you doing? Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense. They're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fire. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of tongue. What did he say? A fart. I know who you are. You're Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that's been broken ice, how about a friendly hug? Or not. I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're refugees and employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid though, correct? Exactly what he said. Miles is just volunteer. We're all about pro bono stuff over here at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve. Nothing wrong, right? I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gabble, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That in front of me. Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was asking Judge Gabble. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner.
How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove to be useful. Well, as you suggest, now if you could let us, can begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There will be no need for that. Eustace? Now, not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think he meant to say that you'll be the one running rings around me. And I will. So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. Reason for arrest? You want to know why I arrested that man? Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some wittingly invertible conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I take your silence as another win. Does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint, but do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Obviously, it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told him to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. Shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there. He's a puppet, right? He doesn't know jack shit. He's just doing what the judge is telling him to do. You want to know why I arrested the man? You want to know why I arrested that man? I have rock solid grounds for arresting. First witnesses.
Hold it!
Mr. Saint's fingerprints.
Hold it! Hold it!
He's changing every single testimony. There were other, so I have to press every single one.
Hold it!
He's changing everything. I figured it out in a flash. The winner wins again. Let's press it again. Are you sure you mean light years? Mr. Saint's fingerprints are right there, all over the victim's chest set. There were other prints belonging to the victim. Alright, let's press it here. But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. Fingerprints are certainly a problem. Within the chest set was. I should have remembered I got the evidence. Victim's chest set. Mr. Saint. Used to take another look at it. Take another look at it. Something change? Present it?
Objection!
All right. within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh, now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did you really just work out what that word means? Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I wonder is when it came to picking out the crucial evidence too, I'm quick on the draw, you see? Being hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or prisoner here. He was. Overruled. Eustace? Just gavel. Butt out, gavel. I have the right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, all the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating. Don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth, Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you'd like to hear it? Yes, that. Oh, remember it, Gavel. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and be prepared to be amused. Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Gavel deliberately diverted the conversation away from the line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? Oh, different song. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. And these two facts conclude that the weapon in the question must have come from the outside. It must have been hidden inside the chest set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints found in the chest set would belong to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than last time. Another winning deduction brought to you by Eustace Prosecutor Extraordinaire. More like one winner, Eustace Prosecutor Extraordinaire, if you ask me. How could anyone hide a weapon inside a chest set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard? One way to find out. There's nothing here but chess pieces. That laugh is really something. Excuse me, take a closer look. Chess pieces, right? How come these are black and white? Most chess pieces are. The one in my office is custom made. Hasn't they're unique, valuable? She got that glint in her eyes. She better not be planning a robbery. Under the mat. Oh. Plenty of room there. Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no. The killer snuck the weapon in. Huh. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winter. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through yet another one on the way to the prison itself, remember? Yes. Of course I remember. Definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your resume, Mr. Overruled. What's wrong with that? The gate is only used to scan people. Any item to bring into the facility are only subject to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector? Should have been. At last, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. It's like she's holding a trial. Whereabouts? Fact 1. Damn, bro! I gotta press all of it? What's this called? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. I'm curious, Winter, do you also have thoughts about where the one would be? There is a problem. They hid it somewhere inside the building? That seems unlikely. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Because I checked. Because I checked. Where's
Take that!
I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winter. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Gordon Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? He hit himself. Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough. You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me. Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. That's right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin? I'll think you'd leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you too, please. Look, simple. Since my first randomization didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find, which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why you couldn't find it when you looked, obviously. But what you're proposing is impossible, and this proves what would have been taking the weapon out of the prison with him. Both the detention center and the prison proper.
Take that!
More memory trouble. Now you're forgetting things you just said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Does he seriously not remember? Certainly seemed that way. There's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. As you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken the weapon out through both gates, and therefore there's no way the murder weapon could have left the building. In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be? Still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything, because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under misconception that it's a blade you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. It's quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it? What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Cabell, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. Security footage. This footage taken from the security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now, watch it for yourselves and see. What? That's... how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof that he really did what you say? Yes, it's certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thing to the eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. Overruled. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Galpin, you're correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. She's right. There's one major problem with their version of events. The black dog. The one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prisoner proper at will? Oh. How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Huh.
course not. I mean, the video is there, right? Can it, Wither Boy? You don't even notice there was a problem.
Overruled.
Until the defendant proves an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. Court is adjourned. What a lousy judge. Wait, there's so much more to explore. Lousy fucking judge. Low IQ. Court is no longer in session, Mr. Ashworth. If you be so kind to leave the court. What courtroom? Where do I leave? It was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is... Objection! We may not have all the answers yet, but we haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just so we don't know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. Detention center, Mr. Saint. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavel, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simon Saint was able to enter the prison. She's not even going to do that. You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well. What? She have something? Now seems like as good a time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case. Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living. He's a performer, right? In a circus. A circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus. Yes, I have. Very Big Circus. Yes, I have. Very Big Circus. It's where Very Big... Justice for all. Yeah. Right, where the lion bit the dude, and there was a girl that was looking for some stars or something, right? Important in what way exactly? A big meeting and something. Meeting. Oh heavens, no! I couldn't think of anything worse. No. Yesterday, the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume? He was there in the circus. A show was held yesterday for prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers performed by the members of the Very Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed in the prison as a part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. No. She held on to the fact until the last possible moment. She let me run my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. Butt out, Gavel. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That was what she was talking about? I got you good, didn't I? You didn't do jack shit. This has nothing to do with you. You didn't do jack shit. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, your conduct as prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from the case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon the foolish pretense. I'm an assistant. I'm just doing philanthropy, man. But I do not abandon anything. When I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that two jobs are not one and the same. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now, I really must get going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So Simon lied to us. Not just you two. I took you for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you? Sure, Judge Galvo is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests. As a wise man once said, that goes for the associates too. Don't worry, Vendor. I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Singh couldn't have entered the prison must have been proven false. Which means we need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. Hey, you lied to us. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't want to know. It didn't mean to. You are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still a you. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Hey? Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? You would have looked suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show? I mean, he has the right? Like, he has the right to not incriminate himself. Everyone found out nobody would. There's nothing wrong with that. He has the right to not incriminate himself, right? I thought I'd make clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So, what do you do at the circus, Simon? Animal tamer. Still learning the ropes. So cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears? No. I work with this guy. Pretty tame already. So you're not exactly a tamer. More like one of those old-timey organ grinders? Right there. Not now, monkey. Money. I'm trying to... Oh, you... Have we seen this monkey before? Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. Very Big Circus. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. Ringmaster, CEO, you call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. He's the head of the entertainment department. He's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince me to do her bidding. With Miles here, I'd like to see somebody whip him up into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. I did have a bit part in this time, so only 2 members of the circus are relevant to the case. Role in the show. Alright, talk to me through the movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago, and that was when you brought him to Chestnut. Yes, and that same evening, I started to work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard, I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Nice body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? No, I could never ask her to scalp all the stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was set up, we did a run through, and it must have been midnight by the time I left. Next morning, I was back ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10. Mr. Singh was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended.
reason for arrest. It's pretty suspicious, man. Do you have any idea why you're arrested? Because he's suspicious. Why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get so booked so fast. Surely, even Little Winter wouldn't just pull somebody over on a hunch. Evidence or the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving this stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. I just sort of snuck over. You little derp. But you'd just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing someone's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. It's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's your mother, though? Edgeworth, don't you have a mom? Kay, too. Was there nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No. The other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. No. I messed up bad, didn't I? The assumption is that something happened while the two of these were alone together. At least I imagined that would be Winter and the Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If anything you can do, just say the word. But, I mean, there's nothing we can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thanks for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill him tonight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we'll get you out of here. Well, what do you have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying it, but you even remind me of your old man for a moment there. I did. From the book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, meet Bucko. This guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are going to be simply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, bummer. Can I have it? I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. Great leaves galleon for a dread pirate. Okay, yar, me hearties. We'll sail the 7 seas together and claim the greatest treasure, the truth. Shivers meet timbers. You two will be the death of me. Come on, let's sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutter's open. Past the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. What you waiting for? Someone's excited. Let's go. Is it the blonde girl? The one we saw in the second game, right? The circus girl? Very big. Check it out. Most of the prisoners were assembled here and their body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Building layout data updated. Investigation start. Eek. Okay. Mr. Ashford, just move! Just move! What is this idiot doing? Just move! Move out! He's in a cage, he can't move. Just walk off. Stop it, Asa. Stay. See, just do that. Who's there? Yep, that's her. Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Yeah, she's from the second game. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do something like that. I don't believe you, man. I remember the tiger, the lion. Doesn't even bite, at least not very often. She does have a taste for human flesh. How did you like me meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? You did have fun, right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She has a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your trunk to yourself. Another new friend. Isn't that just the best day ever? I am Associate Attorney, Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. So nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. Your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. She's not just any elephant, that's Asa. Azia, Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tender if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Bering, the head of the Animal Team Department, Showbiz Division, Very Big Circus. So lovely to meet you. Pleasure's all yours, Mademoiselle. The name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you make a perfect partner in crime for a great thief Yatagarasu. Great thief, sounds fun. My nobles and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it down. All stealthy ninja-like. But what's the fun without a show? Down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, okay? Mr. Edgeworth, let's get crackling. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed. We're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any person of interest as well. Any person of interest. Regina Bering, that's right, my dad found it. But he passed away. He was murdered. By the lion, right? But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. Such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. That's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now, but the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. If you're getting one, well, I'll leave them to it. The circus show. Can you tell us more about the show? Wonderful thing, given as a story. A love story, isn't it dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That'll be Azia. She falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. You want to keep him out, man? It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. What the fuck? Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. It's not all. There's a love triangle too. So romantic. Sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is a heroine? I suppose there is a first time for everything. And who's the third wheel? That would be the big old meanie who tries to tear the star across 2 levels apart. What animal do you think it is? A lion? I think a raven would be cool. Takarasu. Nope. Sneaky monkey. That's certainly lower the stakes. Oh, you mean monkey money, right? Nope. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. The monkey is too small to play against as a young Regan silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Izzy and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting. Wow, sure is. So, Mr. Sin was more than just a little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. But, the real for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Someone take care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me how to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. Oh well, I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it more in detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages all around by himself. Total hero. Yeah, sounds like something you want. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Singh was the only performer who had gone to workshop A. Oh, this sucks. All we're getting is information that work against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Torney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? He may not look it? There's a basket. What is this for? The well, he says. All? The blanket? Simple, sturdy built well. I wonder if it was working with the prisoners. Pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, there's some pulleys too. Come on, it's not gonna take anything. Where exactly were they being used for, I wonder? Hey you, what's going on with you? Helping out. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The French saw it. You see before you is a changed man, who now targets the recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. A moment of madness. You're right, can't deny it. Still got a long way to go. As a thief. You can see I have a shiny new bracelet now. So, it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. Vocational training. And everything can't impair my eventual return to society. That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent. Saw it and Candace. Why didn't you tell us about Candace sooner? Look, I don't think there's any inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you can say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer. Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. How does he get away with it? Not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. The fixer affords Candace certain privileges, not that I concern myself with things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application. There's a special type of mud treatment rich with minerals. It works wonders with their coat. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison, and I hope to treat them well eventually. That reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try showing it to them. Something about mud? White for mud? Mud? Perfect love. Would you care to explain why so dirty? That's the mud from one of the pet treatments. I was giving the end was a mud pack right here when the other didn't see. Should I start with mud applied? I'm more in the zone. I got get darker in the game. There's no trance. Quite like trance, one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. I think the stress of prisons might be getting to him. Of course, I'm trying to I truly am. Alright. Can't get up. Can I run? Elephant? What is this? Goldfish? Danger, high voltage. Yes. Gordon Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window. The dungeon's their side. Bar middle fence wasn't in the way. I thought it was all one big yard. Given how protective a warden seems about a little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraffs like us out. Sup? Sup. Regina, cupcake. Oh, what a Lagarde. It's been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Alright. What? The prison. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison? Not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful, utter disgrace. Awful. I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly. I most certainly not. They're angels. Every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It's nice having them around, isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets. Mr. Saul, you have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? Of course they do, my dear. Of course they're all such triers, such doers. Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyways, he's a very good boy. So do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud swing music, great looking animals, the great big circus room has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see once a month. Really, in that case, let's see. She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show. Is it always performed by the very big circus? But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Did you just fucking kiss a fox? She's so adorable. So sweet. I can just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Lawyer, please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear with this awful misunderstanding, let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. Stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine. So nice. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must mean Candace and saw it. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable. How will you ever forgive me? Sorry, but you were saying 3 inmates? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seat myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody. Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right. Yeah. Mr. Candace and Sawyer were the only ones not present. Doesn't add up. Who was the 3rd missing prisoner and what were they doing? Oh. I was enjoying my chat with Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one. Who's the 3rd? Who's the 3rd person? Yikes. Crocky. Pretty. You're looking so adorable as always. Ally, my sweet. Ally. That's his name? Aw, she's so pretty. And what a cute name. Yes, Ally the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. You gonna pet her? Boy, howdy. These two really were made for one another. And they look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells. Yes, perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. Isn't it her? Isn't the culprit her? Like, I remember her doing this, a meltdown, when she took off her coat. I'm not sure. Hey, you find any fingerprints? Detective, you're not needed somewhere? No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. You searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up? You struck gold, sir. Well, the blood, anyway, it was right there on the floor. Only tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime. Not quite. It proves the possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked for forensics to analyze the blood, see if it was the measure, and they're on it as we speak. Nice work, detective. I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty. So that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how the dog got there. Don't worry, you can leave that to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves, which is why I brought the secret weapons along. Missile? A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, ace detective extraordinaire. I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Detective, we'll try using your secret weapon. Got it, sir. Let me run through the list. Number 1, metal detector. Made out of steel, silver, or scrap. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile. Yep, that's my favorite one. You can track pretty much any sand you put in front of him, especially food. Sure is a lot cuter. And now number 3, where I put it. Aha. Is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going to fish for clues. No, I mean, I happen to have it with me. I see. Well, onwards. That's all she wrote, sir. Tommy, found you're 4 secret weapons short. Sorry, but that's all for today. I'll show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call him secret? Guy, can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy. Then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want? This one? Got it, sir. Hey, Missile, here, boy. He really came. What are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Candace's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to prison. So we give him a sniff of the body, and he'll do the route for us. A cake, maybe. Missile, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog. He set up for maximum security. He's going in. Then we'll have to follow him after. What's up, Candace? Why are you here? Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think this was onto something? Shh. Looks like maybe he is. Is there something here?
Stop snooping. Chisel. Ooh, biscuit. Crackers. Oh. More chisels. Hmm? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? He's capable, right? Sure is. Alright. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Woof, woof, woof. Let's go. It's on to something. Whatever it is, it's in here. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Open it up. Prison solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. Must be on work duty. I see. Now, if you please are kind to open the cell. Sir. No way indeed. Oh. Oh. Could it be? Wolf for the wolf. This one going into... Wait, stop. Sir, I'll get her. It's gone. I'm not going in there. I'll just have to wait. You're not gonna believe this. We're in the detention center. There we go. A hole. It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell. What? Don't go anywhere. On my way. March 28th. Okay. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Why? I guess the letter came in. Under the bed? Trapdoor? Torn up. Alright, move the bed. How the fuck do you not see this? That's how they did it. There's no doubt. Must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center of the prison is locked down by heavy security, but with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started the whole search. Could it be that the scent, in fact, was coming from Knight's body after all? Well, incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. That might have been... Okay. What was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black. Couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Let's see what you've captured. They dug the hole. Spoons, fork, guess they're digging. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints from dog, perhaps? This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. Mr. Carcerato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means, Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... Ants? Did you say ants? I didn't read it. Nuts! He said nuts. After a thorough investigation, the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. He just ran off like that? Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up cordon around the entire facility. Good. It won't happen again, ma'am. Rather different word in the card to the one we've been seeing so far. Mr. Ashworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have been already left the building. I say that's unlikely. After all, there's a security gate
at the exit to the detention room. You're not suggesting he simply walk through it? Let's just say there's only one tunnel, sweetie. Suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, there's no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Ashworth, would you mind continuing your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Detective? Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about blood found in Knight's cell. What does it say? They've identified the blood. It's Knight's. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say about himself. Canis, are you sure? Be careful around him. He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would this so-called fixer stay in business? Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know? So that's what this is all about. Still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No. And I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. Killer was for hire was always going to have a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help their investigation. Yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've called the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present to him, he simply won't say a word. Prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular to say the least. Get your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned. Yeah, and here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Sup. Sheriff Diablo, I didn't expect to see you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we're in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Ashworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? Told you that your badge was at risk. Should our path cross again, and yet here you are. I'm sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I'm not about to let truth slip from my grasp. No matter what you or committee might say, I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourself should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it? I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. Should be amusing. Well, whenever you're ready. Objection! Not so bad. We have some truth of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prisoner proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue this course, Mr. Ashworth? Should you fail to review our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. That's intimidation. Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Ashworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramification of that, why am I doing this? Mr. Fender. Fender should be doing this. I will allow him one last chance. Well, you're willing to take the risk? Will do. I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Ashworth & Co. I do not intend to besmirch its name. Duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the Almighty Goddess of Justice, let this judgment commence. Use this, if you will allow me. Fine by me. Here's all yours, Gavel. You're aware of the incident involving the knight. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. I know. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he's stolen, slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. I figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Mr. Knight. Correct. Also note that he positioned the cage in such a way to obscure the camera view. This is the blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. Sound deduction based on what can be observed, what did you say? Blind spot, which means the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There is really only one possibility. He intended to escape. Prison break. It's cool. This is Zerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, so Simeon. That wasn't a compliment. I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagined that he had things to plan. Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed the premise along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Just Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm gonna find it.
Hold it!
Alright, just press everything.
Overruled! Hold it!
Carry out. Who will attack once the guards I'm sure you will confirm the position. Once the guard regains consciousness. Press further. I believe there's a flaw in your reason, but when I had the keys, there was nothing to stop me from moving wherever you wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. Stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have to make an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. This is bizarre. Knight didn't have the keys. Knight didn't have keys. Guard was intact and his keys, including the one that were stolen, they have yet to be recovered. Is it this?
Take that!
Since you know about the incidents, I assume you already noticed, but after the assault, guards searched both Knight and his cells, and no keys were found. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think this is an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were clearly hidden inside the pocket chest set. The chest set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden? Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. About what? But you're the one who proposed it. Hello? What the fuck? Huh? It crashed. You gotta be kidding. The game fucking crashed.
Objection! Overruled.
Oh wait, what is that? Did I just skip over things I haven't seen? Says with the role of the antagonist opposite. The latter part of the performance, whereas love prevails and the villain is defeated. The victim is depicted in the drawing in the game. The villain is sent flying from the stage to the heroine. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain is no longer appears to be in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. You're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it was more than sufficient window. What did you say? Committing to a crime and returning to the stage in a short 15 minutes is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the reason of the crime was Knight's death. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept this part of the security footage as evidence. You won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that murder took place? The blood! The blood! Blood confirmed. Appears to be a photograph of the floor. Oh my god, great need patience. The floor you're dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Ah, now she's breaking down. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the missing forensics.
Objection!
Oh, I do. Oh, I do. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. Detective, how very unfortunate, Warren. Perhaps you decided to circumvent the law. You might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. You gotta get rid of this committee, bro. It's so corrupt.
Forgive me. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Nice was found in the holding cell into evidence. However, objection! Look, you're only on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winter, I forgot you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted into that the entire argument has one big inconsistency. He showed us the camera footage of the dog killing Mr. Nice in his cell. Are you saying that Mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do? Oh, a blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You high-fived the blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet. Yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy dog. A boy, you know, never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Why is he helping us? Jeez Louis, you could have just taught this little guy to shake hands. He does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard in the victim's hand, then la la la, not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. You understand?
Objection!
Wait, I'm not done yet. Just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? Oh, yours, Gravel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer. It's the same as yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, you cannot accept your stated evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could move freely.
Take that!
Tunnel. This is. It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? A secret passage. Dug by one of Mr. Rocco Carcerato, escapee. Released from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Wow, this is certainly a surprise to think that it was beneath our feet the entire time. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. Overruled. Why are you protecting him? What does he have on you? In the name of God is justice, overruled. Mr. Justice, you're out of line. Oh, then. How so, Your Honor? Evidence is everything, whether in court of law or at the scene of investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just happens I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. Finally, can we see it? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me a short while ago. Thank you. Now we can see when he actually died. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat. And the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. Seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question, a blade metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead? That's impossible. That will be all. Court is adjourned. Objection! This tunnel, the paw prints. Hold it. What of them? Helmet is something of a wonder. Perhaps he just happens to cross the tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself cannot wonder quite so freely. That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. Surely, she sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kick us in the teeth a little. But why is he helping us? Canis. Like, he's trying to
He's trying to nudge that he actually did it. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crash me with that autopsy report, and I fell for it. Hooked, line, and sinker. You're a lead attorney for defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the intern autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Death was instantaneous. Yep, all checks out. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving all full official court documents. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's a hoary relic after all. Not a hoary relic. I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken you through my gavel. Alright, got it. Nice work, gavel. Just like we planned. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. Bullshit. This report came to police. I have no choice but to accept it. But if the dog didn't kill Mr. Knight, then that takes Candace out of the running. Goddess of Justice speaks to me, Mr. Esworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's the roof, sir? I think she mean it this time. What do you think, detective? My answer remains the same. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede? This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect than as an associate attorney. My client. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense of your arrest is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could have sworn I saw Gregory Spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed your days since in Von Karma's shadow. Didn't believe it at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where your rubber hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. Let's make it or break it time. If it's true that Knight was offed with the blade weapon, does her whole case really fall apart? Bladed weapons? Of course. There were 5 chisels in Candace's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade, was it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? It was right under our nose the entire time, indeed. It was one of Mr. Candace's chisels. Tested for blood. Overruled. I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. Simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of crime. If the murder weapon was in fact the scissor weapon, yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question, what exactly was it we saw in the security footage? Yeah, the security footage. How to explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? Excellent question. The footage show the dog jumping on somebody, somebody attacking, dog jumping on somebody. Jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked but didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a horse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive, unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Candace could finish the job. And you could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodhidharma Candace, you're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Ashworth? You ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what? We already searched Mr. Candace's self and talked about him. Right, Gavel? Yes, we can collect many chisels, all 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood. Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have. The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And one thing that's missing, a small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? Pocket chisel. And what use might I have for such a thing? I am rarely allowed to leave my cell, in which case he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be. For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, could have only... In here?
Take that!
Still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his doctor leaving somewhere. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the only place where a blade instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine.
Objection!
Hey look, I searched the whole cell, and there's nowhere he could have been. I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Yeah. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles, there must be a hiding spot you can make use of. Think about where we came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Ken doesn't even encourage him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was wrong. I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Given up already? I expect more from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, so well, you should. If you would give me a moment. Where this piece of evidence shows where you hid it.
Take that!
The dog? Your dog seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah. If you would be so kind as to open Helmet's mouth. Come on now, he hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. Had to order him last time. Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmet, open up. There we have it. Chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet, but I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call for forensics? Tell him it's urgent. Okay. Findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected in the chisel. Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. There's a murder weapon, yeah? Forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede this is the most likely case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain me, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he laugh like that even when it's not funny? Poor Helmet. How could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court would like to hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you'll be so kind. Gladly. Right. Perhaps you may explain, believe the motive, in this case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could I successfully lose my canine companion? Had the motive? How my own embarrassed fames would I tell him to? I am not so bloodthirsty I would kill a man I did not know. When he puts it that way, my work requires to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for his own sake, not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. The chess game. No connection whatsoever. Show him the chess.
Objection!
Objection! You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have retrained your dog to clean up the mess, but some things require a human touch. We found us in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120. That's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100,000. I give up. What do you call number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Mr. Knight. Unless that is you would prefer to explain the coincidence? Well, they do say that the truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. It's totally impossible. We just proved that. Coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim. And yet here we are. Helmet is surprised as I am, aren't you, Helmet? Yes. Knight was playing correspondence chess. What is a correspondence chess? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard. You see, there was a show of some sort. Here I was, minding my own business when it comes to Helmet, dragging a corpse of all things. It was quite a shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he moved the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Solid said? That huge black dog that sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What used to say? That was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, awful beast, killed him. I see. So what Mr. Solid actually saw was him removing the murder weapon. Precisely. Can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I'm responsible for removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless. Objection! Sorry, but if you'd entertain us for a little longer, Mr. Canis. Bender. No offense, Palio, but I don't think you quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. Makes sense you would move the body to avoid suspicion. But he had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question. It was because of the bell. The bell attached to the chisel, the one around Helmet's neck, had very distinct design, if you will. Of course, there was something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher, his apprentice was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear
you flatter me. Thought though it's been some years since you last saw one of them. You remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. It was one of my bells, one of the two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. And of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Homer brought the body back to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel, an ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I'm the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become a prime suspect, and so chisel had to be removed and hidden. He still claimed that all he did was have the dog move the body, that he had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not to take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why have you not had it checked for fingerprints? Eustace? Me? I don't know how to check for forensics. Right. Sure thing. We got him. Fingerprints. Mr. Nice. Nope. Just Knights. Oh, and the forensics said there's no sign of prints having been wiped off. Only Nice fingerprints. Isn't it good? Should I get him to check again? Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that blade. I'm gonna carry it in his belt, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. Mr. Knight said a murder weapon belongs to the victim? That's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, it cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I got no counter with him. But what does this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? Can't be. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I'll have little choice but relieve you of your badge. Even my patient has a limit. I will not tolerate you throwing in this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? Done it now, sir. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turned everything on his head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. What would Mr. Nice have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison for one. Alright, then how did he get it in there? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right? Hey, earth to Mr. Edgeworth. Can't stand their hemming and hawing just because of the way they said that. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how... Yeah, shut up. Yeah. Second that, you want me around with that one, okay? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. Like I said, the demons never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. As deep as attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones who can turn to. Simon's our client, we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old legacy, are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. That means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor and find revision and save Simon Saint. No matter what setbacks, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Just find a new pathway forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into prison. Right. Chessboard. Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into physically undetected because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks one of the gates
hasn't been entirely thorough, namely the gate at the entrance to the detection center. Gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subject to a cursory check. It should have been, alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in the regard of late. Knight took advantage of his little oversight and had Mr. Stain bring him the chisel hidden inside his pocket chest set. That does answer the questions. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address, that the security footage of which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Cannons was not the culprit? And how do you explain the Prince not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real rude piper. Court, too, finds itself wanting to for a satisfactory explanation. Hey, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Low V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. Excellent idea. Perhaps you might see that I am telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Alright. Want me to talk to you how to use it? No, it's alright. No. Whatever you say, sir. Little V, remember, just examine anything that catches your eye. And then the victim... I can't see what else it might show us. I suppose it's wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be something? And if so, could whatever attacking them could be someone else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're gonna see once you're starting at these things. Let's check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. Pause. Wait, that's a security guard. It's a security guard. Zoom in. Play the whole thing. Is he on it? I had the cards one. Is that what I think it is? So this may not be hard after all, but somebody dressed as one.
Take that!
So no guards are really being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. The person in security footage be perhaps disguised as a guard to escape without being noticed? A guard in disguise. I guess it might work. Wait a minute. Look at the note. Hidden meeting? Bishop to G2. What's next? What? No. Pawn to G6. Indeed, someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. The person in the footage isn't knight, and the creature may not be a dog either. You're right, sir. Let's go zoom in and check. Start over. It's a bear. There's no dog. This animal is. It's a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine but ursine. Bear. So could it mean that? Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a... But this one's white. We had assumed that it was night in the security footage. Well, it wasn't so. It's hardly a crazy theory, perhaps, but now we know the hole under the bed is no longer a possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be caught in camera. Where's that moving from?
Take that!
Wisdom? I don't even know who our guard is in detail. Wait, no? Yes? Maybe? I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in the video is all black. Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. There is...
Take that!
ink. Yes. What? What? Ink. Ink, bro. It's like dust or something.
Take that!
Recall if you will. That's what I fucking said. Mud. Of course, the mud from one of those pet treatments I've been practicing. I was getting mud pack by error when the incident happened. That's the mud pack, the paw prints. The more mud I applied, the more in zone I got, and darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance. So, that footage of the bear attacking him is from after we talked to him, right? So why the fuck did they give us that? But the circus pulling away, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. Indeed, our polar bear. Ezra, we did ask the certain injuries in the resolution. The footage from security camera. I understand, Your Honor. Your doubts are entirely justified. There's a song mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning our own security footage. It does? Yes. Let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, King? So if it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. Something isn't right about the British. Really? What's that? I might have to miss this one. The uniform, maybe? When the uniform was taken?
Take that! Overruled!
The video was ostensibly recorded at around 9 a.m. Which means there's a glaring contradiction with what we're seeing here. Can I look at my evidence?
Take that!
Laptop, right? What?
Overruled!
Is it the time?
Take that! Overruled!
What the fuck? Wait. Let me look at the time. Noon, 9 p.m. The victim had been found. The victim's body had not been found at the time of 7 a.m. roll call. The video was ostensibly recorded around 9 a.m., which means there's a glaring contradiction. So the video was recorded at 9 a.m., right? Hey, what is this, bro? Do I have to zoom into that?
Take that!
That's what I just said! I just didn't zoom in. That's bullshit. In which case, the security footage should also be shown at the time of 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out of the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canister remained in his cell on maximum security. Mr. Sawyer, who was administering a mud pack treatment, and Mr. Rocco Carcerado, who had been waiting the precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted a bear to Mr. Sawyer before entering that tunnel. The bear then slipped out of Mr. Saw's grasp to run after his human. Then he left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieved the murder weapon from Canis's body. All fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security footage examined right away, please. Come back, sir. Talk to the guards. Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras which leaves power. Really? Are you fucking serious? They're pretty old, sir. I guess the clock stops when the power is off. Which means the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. You're gonna reset it? That's not all, sir. Remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he kind of seems... He seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy, which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything you can do to help? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden. Escaping Mr. Serrato, I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as the guard. Here is the proof. Should you read it? We reasonably certain that the person captured on our tape is your man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room as of now. Hey, Mr. Serrato would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet, so that he could easily be hidden under his sleeves as a stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison don't have those sensors that detectives places installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for the opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshop and the cells. He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here. Look, Teddy. There he is. He has hair, though. Oh, yeah, he does have hair. He's bald, right? Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, Anna. What a thing it is to be loved, huh? It's almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will, ask him questions. If we are to learn the truth, I'll need to speak with him, with your permission, of course. I can hardly say no, can I? Come on, hit me with your best shot. His escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he had something to offer. Tell me what you were doing the day of Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Another... Damn, this part is fucking long. Time to discover you. It was you, huh? You're the ones who found my secret gateway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hold up, and a plan in place. So I went in for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had to come right after me. The second floor was covered in mud, too. I had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't offered Knight and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exciting. Spoons hands, hammers. Yeah, you saw the plates, right? All the medals. Spent every dime I had in this Kanken fixer. And what do I gotta show for it, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Hold it!
Fucking Christ, this part is long.
Hold
New
it!
investigations with like 10 testimonies.
Hold it! Hold it!
If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd sure to be aware that, unlike the doors in his main prison, the holding are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Serrano would have needed that particular piece of evidence. At his own dressed up, opening the cell should have been a piece of cake. A metal detector?
Objection!
No. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Forks and plates and spoons, sporks, cups. The reason our alarm is bracelet is detected. Colorful tarp found by the victim's body. Discovered on top of the night. What is that? The keys? We just showed the keys?
Objection!
Oh, okay. What about it? You claimed that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, got a problem? Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerado, I pose it that leaving cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. Don't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows that you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. It was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell is still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been captured yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerado. He is the one who attacked the guard. And not just the guard, the knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, the lousy gun. Didn't know what this knight's guy.
Attention!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? Got proof, genius? This ain't your one yet, Knight knocked the guard out for one count and then everybody knows it.
Attention!
How do you know that? Don't think games with me. Knight was much of a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in the cell.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly do such a thing other than having him been attacked? It was you who attacked him. We ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Why, Ayada? What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? They checked the Knight in the car's hands. They would have been... Those two never came to blows. But then the blood gave up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure out it was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they start sniffing around the floor, they found the tunnel in the heartbeat. So you wiped the blood to buy yourself a little more time. So you could wait for a better opportunity? Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear out of the prison, it seems. Now we hand over the keys. Check them. Right in the kisser. Why is the bear sweating? KO'd by a lousy stinking bomb. Fine, you want the keys? Here, I help you choke on them. Mr. Knight, cell key.
Overruled!
Wait a minute. If Mr. Carcerado here had the keys? Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys that allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been able to enter Mrs. Sin's cage and move to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we know that theory cannot possibly be true. No. I guess this changes things up a bit, eh? No, the only person who could have moved into Knight's body is the one person who knew about the tunnel. No, you gotta be... Mr. Carraro, you're under arrest. He's already in jail. How can you be under arrest? You got the wrong guy, didn't do it. Fine, I knocked out the two chumps out and I stole the keys. And after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to my cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magically magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even get out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to my cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in prison. But Mr. Kenneth's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmer who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis may have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him into the cell. And then Mr. Canis' dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions to animals moving within the prison. Movements between the detention center and the prison proper is tightly controlled. There's only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it. Mr. Carcerado? How can you be so sure? Maybe there's more of them. You just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You tried scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Luckily for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Someone already did a bunch of work for you. What? You didn't dig the entire dog? It must have been the dog, right? Nope. Found out when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well and to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, right? I should make good on what somebody else already started. And what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers now. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water from the well or something. I've already heard more plausible than that. B-grade movies. It's dry, kid. No water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, smell. Yeah, smell kind of nice down there. Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like desert, I guess. Sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where do we come across a sweet scent before? Right there.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining his body. With the help of a police dog, we followed his scent and traced the route back to that prison. That, Mr. Carcerado, was how we found our tunnel. Could that same sweet be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever. You mean to suggest that this is evidence that the body hadn't been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you were the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have your things, Mr. Carcerado. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. You ain't pinning this on me. I'm glad to see we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, only if you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been in compliance, but not of Mr. Candace. No, he was working with Mr.
Hold
Knight.
it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. Gotta be kidding. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. What if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required the means of leaving his cell, and here was that precise means, in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerado just had stolen from the guard. And so, beneath the pastor and so, referring to the fact his own escape, Mr. Knight would need to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would be ruined. And so... Can I read it? I fucking read. Holy shit. Lady, the always struggling with the So, Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that Mr. St. Rife could escape in the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. Aha. And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed. Were neither of you listening? The scent from the night proves that it was taken through the tunnel. Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. What you driving at? Since the trick that you're saying, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. And how did it get down there? There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? Well, yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. Then he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Candace's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard approximately at the time of discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah. Indeed. And so you see how it must have been him who disposed of the body. Miss Cabell is truly formidable opponent, so she effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes, ample time to throw the body down the well, and I am sure you will agree. Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, we cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, but it simply could not have. What? I was using the tunnel at the time of the show. Carcerado, did you also allow to trip over a course while you were down there? No. Place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, he would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Doesn't the autopsy show you, like, when he was killed? Or how many hours it's been? Somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? What do we do? If the body did enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look so good for Mr. Saint. Your Honor, it was just a theory. I posit that you lacked evidence to back it up. I concede that, for the moment, I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound? Like fire? Someone else is here? Should we maybe skip down to... Please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. Which, I mean, that's not an alarm, that's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it's rather early. Holy shit, how long is this part? Bring it to back to your post. Chop chop. As for you, Rocco Carcerero, it's time to take you back to your room. Yeah, fine. I get the picture. Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. Gordon Largard. I get to take one more look around the yard. There's any orders for tomorrow? No. Spreads right away. Come on now, darling. I can order nonsense. Holy fuck, this shit is long. Have a good day. Gabby believed the Knight's body was found dropped in the well and then taken to a cell workshop that is the defector. She also seems to believe Mr. Saint also had to be the one to move the body, whether Come on, let's sure tomorrow's another day. We'll figure it out. Save Simon, we know what. Yes, we will. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Holy fuck. How long was that part? How long was that part? Holy shit. Alright.
Alright, take a little break. We're here again. Let's hope we can find something this time. That will finally reveal the truth here. And although it might be easier said than done, there's nothing left to investigate. Just Galva detections yesterday. There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard, could a body not have entered the fence there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Singh? Had the nice body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organization a little. Unnecessary evidence thrown out. Let's see here. Basketball. There's a cover on it. A dried up well slapping in the middle of a prison. Figures it's locked. Luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa. It's broken. From the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown the nice body down there. Judge Gavel's theory that Mr. Singh carried out the murder here in the yard, and then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking? Plausible or no? Why don't we see if Mizu can help us out? But we could tell if Mr. Mike's body wasn't here and history went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe, Suzo, Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Mizu with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to rescue again. Fairly sure Mizu belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of your witnesses. Call the Big Berry Circus and ask Mr. Berry, Miss Regina Berry, to come down here with me. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and seek? I'm in. Fun idea. But where exactly would we hide? Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call one of the more practical skills. I think you know the one. Little Thief? Little Thief. Let me show you. Whoa, screens appearing in thin air. Recreation. Start of show. Doo-doo-doo. Hello, alligator? Alligator. Cookie. Hey. Didn't mean to click that. Chairs. Well. I should examine this area. There's a... Wait. £30. Hold up. Hold up. Those are the exact same equipments. I suspect that's all there is to fight for now. The Gumshoe should be here.
complete. Sir? Sup? Questions? Testimony? Hey, Missile. What's the matter? Found something? Ricky! Alligator! He's not a fan, sir. Well, you're always much help to us like this. Any other ideas? Actually, Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? Would love to. You want to teach Alex some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing like that. I can simply like an account of what the yard looked like from the show. I like where this is going, right? Testimony time. I've plugged in all the data, firing up the simulation. There you go. This is what the yard was like during the show. At the time, I wish the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. So amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... Huh? There, even the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina says she wasn't involved in getting to the station, so we don't have any data. Oh, the data, no simulation, huh? Boom. Sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. No, it's all my friendly associations. Check it out, anyway, I can switch between recreations by using X to top with K. Now then, let's continue investigating, shall we? Taiga? Oh, that was wonderful. The way he flew off the stage. Yes, that scene. He was thrown off, right? Where was he thrown off to? To the back? A trick of some kind enabled Azia to send Saint flying. Trampoline, maybe? There's definitely an empty in the photo I took. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filming it earlier. I asked it for holding Azia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had finished. Poof, forgot to mention it. Disappearing apples. Oh, what'd you find? Anything? Okay. Bring me back. Alright, need to change regulation. There we go. I feel like we should check the well. Up, 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 up. Designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of bucket though. Alright, what else? Magic. Some kind enabled as you have discerned some flying items around the well. Wait a minute. He was sent flying, right? Pulleys, a rope, and a wing. That's it. Yes. They used the pulley. The trick could have been something with all these items found by the well. Taking another look at these items, could they not have been used for the trick of saints? It's plausible. Good idea. Let's go ask him the specific details. Roger that. I'll be back. Did he say yes? I'm back. He told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. How did it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the wall. Lowered it down, you can grow into the pulleys and is tied to the... I see, so he used the downward motor, right? But how did he make sure the weight was only dropped when he wanted to? He used the stake at the top, that's how. There he doesn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself, but how? That's right. He used the second length. He tried it to the stake. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released, and the weight dropped down to well. Great trick. Gotta steal it. This one has to go into the thief's repertoire. May not be quite easy. These kind of circus tricks require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice is done. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? This should be in it. Something else? A lock, maybe? Alright, that should be it. Logic. Obviously, right? Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something odd about the weight we found. There's only one. How heavy it is. What it's made of. How heavy it is. It's only 30 pounds. Wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. In which case, could there perhaps be some waste missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Disappearing apples? Maybe use the apples? I don't know. Alright. That was pretty ridiculous. Ouch. Did you eat the apples? Hey, you ate them.
The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azia. Really cringe. Maybe I should put the cart where her trunk can reach them. Are you sure about that? Yeah, so it's still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere within Azia's reach. Somebody moved it. I'll add the simulation. All done. A little wondrous amount of animals was be used for the elephant too. Oh, there's the apples. Yep, it's full of them. Vanish overnight. Did you figure out something? Quite possibly. And what did we figure out? Was moved by someone. Didn't we already do this one? Is it a different basket of apples? Okay, let's try it. Nope. Alright. Okay. Switch back. Move. What is this? Anything? I don't believe there's more to be found. What's up? Got anything? Alright, back to this. Gumshoe? Metal detector. What about it? Used to find metal. Shall we? Yes. Let's search for it. Detective, give me your secret weapon. Alright, the other one. Simple enough. This is the sound. What is that here? That's the fence. Oh. Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same weight. Before, somebody hid several of these of the same weights. But why? Why are they here? That's nice work, me. Nice work, brother. Alligator. That thing gave me a heart attack. What's the matter? Metal detector is reacting to the alligator. How? Did it eat something? The weight switch is found. No, something different. And it's coming from that. Is it the keys? She's gone. We scared that big snapper good. I don't think so. What is it? Hasn't been herself lately. That's the name Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden brought her yesterday. I don't know, maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Metal detector or whatever she ate. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? I think it's the keys. What was it like those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Check this again. Nope. Oh, I can run. What about those boxes? Nope. Logic? Nope. Deductive? Alright, that's it. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Switch. Alright. Pond. Alligator, look. These bones must be from her latest meal. Also, my dad, I got a feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way. If you say so. Any logic? I didn't mean to do that. Alright, what do we do? Wait, maybe some evidence? Maybe she ate the weapon or the keys. Broken knife, stab wound to the throat, instant death, knife. What are we missing? Features? What are we missing, bro? Alright. Can we check the thing in the other? Hey, move, man. What are we missing, bro? Okay. This is 328, the 28th. 27. What am I missing, bro? Oh, wonderful. Yes, we know. Bro, we're done. Oh, we just heard it. What do we need? We need something related. Something related to how the basket was moved. What am I supposed to do then? One is attached to it. The other one is to Candace's life, which was seized by police during his arrest. Can we present something? What else is there to see? Did the dog find anything? Alright, switch back. Can I get on stage? I must scour this scene. Wow.
Eureka! Eureka!
Oh.
Eureka!
It needs 2 ropes, right?
Take that!
This rope was found besides Knight's body. Wait, yes, it's been done. You're saying yes. That this rope did indeed have weight attached to it, but it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Come on, I'm dying here, think about it. What the rope we found in the workshop is really the thing doing that. If the answer, the weight dropped down the well inside iron. In place of the iron. Must have been you,
Take
right?
that!
You can only have Knight's body that was struck down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? You know, somebody first swapped the weights and used for Mr. Singh's trick. Then, Mr. Singh used a contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend the body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so no one would realize they were replaced by the body. We can further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Well, there again, wasn't the poor Bronco stabbed in the neck? Would there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer already thought of that, which is why they used this.
Take that!
The strap was found at the bottom. It's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Another piece of the puzzle falls in place. It's come together now, love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're hoping to prove Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. But what about what Judge Gavel said yesterday? But if Mr. Saints truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit this crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show, therefore it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was, or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Kenneth right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? Been the day before the show, the night before actually.
We started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. I think we finished around midnight. In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after something. Mr. Saint's trick data. The weights were replaced with the victim's body by someone. Did Candace know about this contraption? Even if she did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it, and I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend the bodies halfway down the well, which means Candace isn't the killer. Are we done? Oh, no, logic. One last logic. I don't know. It's the only one, right? The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body around the time. Hard to chalk up that coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. It's the power room. Let's see what... Oh, just locked. Open it, man. Let me ask you, you can just open it, alright? Yes, miss, what can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, what is this key for? Where's the key for this door? The warden keeps a hold of that. I'll go ask her. Things sorted out? What? I just missed all of it. I doubt they came here by mistaking thinking it was a break room. They must have tampered with the switches. Did they turn power off or something? Come to think of it, was there something that lost power? What might have lost power? The footage, where is it?
Take that!
Take that! There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. There was. Somebody put the breaker was connected to. It seemed likely. Do you think it was the killer? If it's true that shutting off the cameras would have made it easier for him, which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to breaker, which means the electric fence wasn't working. Could it be? Alright, little thief, your work is done. It's the woman with the fox. Investigation complete. Hello. I mean, of course, an associate attorney. Associate, more like asinine. We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some messages then. Hold it. That won't be necessary. Why not? It's done. Won, but I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honor, in order to thoroughly disprove it, I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth, as I'm sure you remember your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you care to try a different threat. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insemination. Bit of my badge and the whims of the committee are no concerns to me now. It's proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. In spoken like a true defense attorney, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of Goddess Justice. My theory means the same as when I related it to you yesterday, Mr. Cornelius. Let's see. Did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through that tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down, well, during the show. We both know the only one person who could have dropped the body down during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion, and if you can prove it, and you can prove it, of course. Of course you can. What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report. Busy looking after baby Winter. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death, as stated, seen wound is 4-inch deep. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Galvin was investigating your allegations. I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. Very confident. But do you have any evidence? Yes, I think I just might. Did not see. The body could have been dropped down. Well, we both know the only one who could have dropped the body down during the show is Mr. Saint. Can I just press everything?
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Ba-dum. Did not see Mr. Knight's body. I searched the body could have only been dropped. It's one of these two. Saints checked. Used during the show, the weights were replaced by the victim's body.
Objection!
Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. Go on. You'll recall Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trip. Objection! Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set out in front of the stage? Hold it! Simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original body weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have been tampered with the contraption at the time between the murder and the
Objection!
show. Objection! You're saying Mr. Saint himself set the contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of the body? Everyone will see how this looks. Objection! Mr. Saint was a killer. He could have simply done as Mr. Gargle theorized with those extra steps. Sperry, does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? It is what I am doing wrong? No. If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You're breaking every rule in the book. I think what is right and just and act as see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Ashworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have been first been brought here to the yard from the cell. And the only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why would he take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? It is pretty sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely possible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight escape.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Overruled!
Overruled.
Objection!
Objection.
Overruled!
Overruled. What? What do I have that shows the majority of where oversight was limited? There was a power outage. The videotape? Wait, let me. The 3-hour
Take
gap.
that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. And which opportunity are we talking about again? We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. From this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created the 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible?
Take that!
There it is. Switches. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power of security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have opened. Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. It's kind of locked up tight, and the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily. No, but one person could have. Beg your pardon?
Objection!
What? There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is still there. They would be questioned instantly. It's the lady, right? Fifi.
Take that!
I think I remember her. Yeah, I remember her meltdown. Just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie-boo? He's not just a pretty face. Misso also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something from very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. You're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea, but if I didn't know better, I'd think you were calling Moy the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Gordon Lagarde is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're murder mystery, aren't we? Equally far-fetched. This is preposterous. Sadly, it is not. Though I can hardly believe it myself, this is where the evidence points, and we must trust the evidence. This is the piece of evidence that proves that Bard is the killer.
Take that!
What? The time? There's like a bunch. She's the only one who had the keys to this place. Conveniently, the time of death is between these 3 hours. Alright, we're just gonna waste our...
Take that!
the trick. The smell. The
Take
sweet
that!
scent. Your scent betrays you, Warden. Here's your accuser, the police dog. We had him track the sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. Now it appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh no, darling, you're priceless. Really, you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verily, dear, do put him in place. Seems Judge Galvin may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body as hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence, but... Indeed. Then it seems to a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the Warden has to say for herself. We should. When we have, this case will finally be at an end. Me, the killer? What you gotta say? Didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill the victim in there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went to the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office right before the show began. Check if you'd like. You won't find a record anywhere of me having entered or left the prison proper. I'm afraid you're the one making things difficult. As I said, I never went to the prison. What did she say? I never went into the prison. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Alright, that's everything.
Hold it!
Just press everything.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
the route it took went through this location. You won't find the record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. Sure, you didn't go through the main entrance. So what have you done around? Come on, sweetie.
Take
Okay.
that!
Through the fence? Or you took the knight through this fence and brought him to your office, which you just happened to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been circumvented both the entrance and the tunnel. Hey, a gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? Extremely high fence. You turned the voltage off.
Overruled!
Overruled. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she have reached the power room? Exactly, Birdie, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. If there's no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper, an idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. But there may be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone.
Objection!
You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not impossible as it seems. Accomplice. Repositioning that too, but time of the murder? Wait. Maybe she had help. Already tampered with. Time of the murder? It's one of those two, right? 3 to 6 into 27. Let's go with this first. She couldn't have done it alone. What if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. What if that's the old brain matter, kiddo? I believe that she had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me. What do you mean? Said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets that and of course within the prison guard grounds, where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. No one noticed Mr. Carr's earlier escape. The only ones to roam free are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, our accomplice must be human. Then who did it?
Objection!
Wouldn't be so quick to roll it out. The fact is, there is one person whose movements weren't restricted. And I have the evidence.
Take that!
And ticked up. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? Who is the prisoner? Frank saw it. Wardengar's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wandering freely around the prison the whole time. That's pretty funky, and I didn't mean it in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeways to certain others. Bodhidharma Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sawyer himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. Two of them had worked together a certain route into the prison become the real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in their path. First, security camera outside my cell. Second, the electrified fence in the guard. She was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Sawyer shut off the corresponding breakers. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are fun. And? You still deny it? No, darling, you got me. I admit it. Warden, tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. You did it. Got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker, but we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweet Tums. No, we didn't. Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity there. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear any excuses. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Alright, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who is he? Bodhidharma Canis, that awful assassin. How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others, yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything. I smuggled in for him all he wanted. How he became the fixer? Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband. How exactly? Once a week late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go into my office to yard without being seen by the cameras. I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back to my fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. Should I ask what the smell was? Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Roku wasn't in the cell at the time, of course. And it would been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs on its own schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog. Poor thing. So there was no risk of raising the alarm either. She had oversight over everything at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later, You got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days, and so Frankie bless his heart did his usual, and the daggers were delivered a day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So that's the true secret behind the Victor system, and why she was. Police have been trying to track down his compliance for the longest time. Even I had lent him a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secret scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him, he simply won't say a word. That's why you're interrogating Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hinge people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters. Then again, she must know about his correspondence chest games too. No matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Even if you can't comprehend it. As you have heard yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Langod's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Though, or is there more about her to uncover? There's more. I think Goddess of Justice would agree. Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. Where's your evidence? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to secure delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerado provided. A smell, yeah. Always smell kinda nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like a dessert, I guess. His word was seemed to suggest that the smell had permeated to the well. We've been rendered speechless, and I hereby move to adjourn the session. What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally. So we're actually done? Seems we are. By the power vested in me, the court is adjourned. Who was that? Sup? Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender, are you objecting to my joining this session? No. Would have shouted an objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What you doing, Miss Offender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's just take the chill pill, shall we? By which means a square of chocolatey goodness, anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make this. As Simeon Saint's lawyer. I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Do you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I ask the witness? Now? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? Got a feeling in my funny bone that Fuchs here has something more to tell about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, a major player on Team Simeon. I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all yours. What's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body to such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Camus. She did? No way. If he was convinced of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. Where he'd be out of here forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it. Singh can't not be the killer. It's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? Maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't you want to get the wrong idea? Yeah. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now Mr. Winter has to go along with it too. Well, Warden. Of course. How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job. Besides, one can't tell the truth without him telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell. As you wish, court is unadjourned. Can't believe you pulled that off. Me either. Thank you for the time intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard, and besides, the defense never rests, am I right? So, alright. My truth. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Camus. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps it was simply a disliking to him. Certainly the type. But whatever the sordid ethos owes him, he's definitely put him to death. Victim, Mr. Knight. Yes? I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, I killed him. I suppose you could put it that way, but if I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would have never happened. That's why I have to clean up his terrible mess. Warden Nagard, as ever, your honesty is truly your credit. You clearly never met Mr. Knight. My truth.
Hold it!
Yeah, just press everything again.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
What? Use the shoes that does hit it in the chest.
Hold it! Objection!
How'd you know? Warden Nagard, you strike me as being more careful than the image your project suggests. Oh, Mr. Ashworth, please, call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize. Come on, Ashworth, don't let her get inside your head. I find it rather strange you know about the chisel. Of course I do. Do you think we don't check prisoners?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Singh when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. What? Of course, when Mr. Singh came in, you checked them? I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chest yet? I did not. If no one leaked their findings, how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Nagard? Because It certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely. So, Wiggenbard. And answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you don't answer... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me. I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. There's a significant development. The court requests you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections? None, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding. I promise. Stop doing that shit, bro. Go ahead. Stop kissing your animal. Truth part 2. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. That was no different. Just had a little chit-chat, you might call it. After we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
Objection!
I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see. Don't we? You may begin your cross-examination. My truth part 2. I said a question I had, but wasn't.
Hold it!
Alright, let's just press everything again.
Hold it! Overruled! Objection! Overruled!
But it wasn't anything serious. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with
Hold
that.
it!
And Knight had nothing to do with that animal? Show him that.
Objection!
Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about the game of chess. What is the significance of this? Was it a Knight's cell? Which is exactly what he said you saw it too, Warden Regard. But you didn't just see the game. You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean?
Objection!
Come on now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. She was to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular. But as you said, Mr. Candace had threatened you. You put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. You also thought it was to read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. You yourselves used this diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and so it seems you came to the same conclusion. In your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Candace's henchman sent to kill you, which is the real reason she had the chat with the bankster. If his boss would have grabbed, maybe he would. It's self-defense, right? It's self-defense. She's protected. You found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing. Candace. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Candace, which is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses, Gavel. Your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hurriedly give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... Hold it. One last one. Who is it this time? One more? Dude, it's self-defense though, right? Warden? It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people, you just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's who you did it, who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly. Well, thank you very much. I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grabbing at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict. I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? You're a go, Verity. You rang? Does anyone else remember this certain autopsy report? Of course, I received the finalized version only this morning. That's right. I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity. Even if nobody else was, you said the wound was 4 inches deep. Wait, riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a Chinese chisel make a 4-inch wound? 4 inches? That's like the whole fucking neck, right? It's your theory that one wouldn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now? What do you do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through, right, sir? Looks like the Mousatron's out of commission. You're in a 22. Why don't you do something? Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy, but without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. At the end, can't give up now. I'm certain that Warden Guard is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other blade weapon is there here in this facility? It seems you do not have all the answers, nor the evidence that proves those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid. Come on, G. You're giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling me to use your personal impression, Mr. Fender? Nope, not me. Nuh-uh. Try it, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Found it. The question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add. Allow me to remind you that claims are not supportive of the matter is subject to the harshest penalties. It's hopeless. I need more time. At midnight. Can't give up now. Remember what Fender said. There's no way he did it. Okay. Gee, Miles, our little buddy. You should write too. You seem to have recovered your composure, Miles Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I'll have no choice but judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have to put forward a number of theories that provide it to be flawed one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, she said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say, then the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. Sir. Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. Ready for me? I think it's a little too soon for that. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Edgeworth? You may proceed. I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your gander. But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true for the sizzle, our perpetrated murder weapon? Knight had to be stabbed multiple times in the same place with a blade instrument. But what if the stab with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood for us to find her. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was a murder weapon. But why mislead us in that way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel was a murder weapon rather than what it was? In order to get Canis transferred. Warden, you took advantage of the chisel what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winter, if I were to tell you the murder weapon is a chisel, what would you think? Huh? That Mr. Canis is the killer? And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Oh, Mr. Canis had a bunch of chisels, so she wanted to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was her plan from the start. To frame Dharma Canis. Oh, right. Right. He said himself that he doesn't know why the chisel was there. It used to be a knife, right? He was looking for the knife with the bell. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep abating hatred. However, I think you now know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. The real murder weapon. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here. If we could just find a real murder weapon.
Objection!
Because I'm still here in this prison. This would have made sure of that. Security gate. I'm sure at least remember what it is. Do you remember what it does? Of course I do. Precisely. If there is another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. So we find ourselves right back where we began. Just what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in person, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright? You know that chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chest set? But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside of Zip 30, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of this hour is, can you show me the alternative route? How did the weapon used to get into prison? You borrowed evidence from police to help you with it. Yeah, well, yes, everything we have to cast. So, never knows how many times I've hauled. It's the knife. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought.
Take that! Overruled.
involves things coming into the prison that weren't brought by a visitor. We have a piece of evidence that shows how a metal object could be brought in without raising the alarm.
Take that! Overruled!
How a bladed object could have been brought. The fact that this is here. There is, and it involves things coming into the prison that weren't brought by a visitor. And we have pieces of evidence that shows how metal objects could be brought in without raising an alarm. Tunnel prints? There's spoons and cups. There's a lot of metal things.
Take that!
The fuck?
Overruled!
Mud pack, maybe? How a bladed object. So there isn't a way something made of metal would have gotten in here, and I don't think there is something coming into prison that weren't brought by a visitor. The rubber gloves?
Take that!
The rubber gloves?
Overruled!
How a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought.
Take that! Overruled!
The chisels, bro. What the fuck? The badge? The badge is metal. Should we try the badge? this shows how a bladed object could have been brought into this. We tried that. Did we try the chisel? Rubber glove. Tunnel prints. Did we try the chisel? I don't know, man. Wanna try it for the sake of it? We tried the chisel. Only two such balls. One is attached to Helmet Dog, the other is Candace's knife, which was seized by Police Dog. Used during a show, so it was drawing. The badge?
Take that!
My dash? I don't know.
Overruled!
What are you talking about, bro? Did we try the chisel? Fuck it.
Take that!
Alright, let's start over. Alright, just start over. The fact that this is here, how bladed object could have been brought into the facility. The chest set?
Overruled!
We said the chest set. There's a lot of metal shit. The shit at the bottom?
Take that! Overruled!
There's iron. A lot of shit. There's a lot of metal shit. Right? The chest piece is one. You could have hid it in a rubber glove. My prosecutor's badge is metal. There's a bunch of iron shit here. There's forks and probably knives too. The fact that he chiseled this because he has chisel in his room. There's this chisel right here. There's the fucking bell. The breakers, she could have turned it off. The fact that there's these metals too. Like this 30-pound block of iron. Everything's metal. There are a lot of things that are iron. Alright, wanna try the bell? Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Candace yesterday. What the fuck does this mean, bro? One of two in resistance. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools. Precisely. The knife has long since been taken from me. That's what I've been fucking... I said that! You see, there's a way for objects to be brought into prison and scrutinized. As part of the evidence, Warden the guard borrowed from the police. Miss Candace's knife was part of the evidence. I said that! Not only that, but the knife had a certain... That's the chisel! The chisel has the bell too! Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. Can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. She made it look as if the chisel was a murder weapon, then attached it to the bell. Doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Candace. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been missing with the evidence? Would that be you, Gordon Lagarde? Bells aren't exactly right, you know. Nope, there's only two. I showed them the chisel with the bell on it. Apparently, you just had to show them the bell. Like, that's gonna make a difference.
Hold it!
I don't, not yet anyway. Mr. Winter, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. The warden would have to authorize it. Show the story, whatever. I have to check. Yeah. Of course, object. You think I care about that, dude?
Objection!
You think I care about that, dude? It's trying to make it sad for some reason. Well, murder weapon? Hey, summer, blind spot, hiding place, or warden would have to hiding place? No. It's inside her, bro. She probably has it on her. Get this possibility. This is what I remember. Where are we right now? We're in the yard, right?
Take that!
We're in the yard. Yes. What? Oh shit, the alligator. Right?
Take that!
We detected something from him. Of course. You got it. The knife. Server. Making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here. This is all kinds. You ruined everything. Person. That was all foxes. Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The results came back. Thwinner. Just like you said, sir. Congratulations. Yeah, sure. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little with rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. What you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? You have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working with Mr. Candace. It will be vital to know if the warden was simply jumping to conclusions up front. And there's you. There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well, I better guess. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness the first investigative talent in action. Yes, sir. Right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch it work. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. Attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now a would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. Truth is not always as important as it may seem, in the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Ashworth is obliged to accept that in reality, whatever law we're all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must be prepared to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not going to take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gabble is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone, but following the law is sacrificing the truth. Simeon, you're out. Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They let you out, right? Yeah? Some guy just came and said I was free to go. You're welcome. Really? You did that for me, Ashworth? I'd seen him with clown makeup on. I remember him with a clown makeup. So I think... was he the villain? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ashworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry, thank you from me too. Mr. Saint... talking directly to me? Small victories, I suppose. Can I ask you one question? I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. Trusted him. Now, well, it's just I never knew. Never knew that. I would have never believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. He kept something like that from me, and he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true. Of course he trusted me. No, he didn't. If he had, he just told me he could have stopped him. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something.
Take that!
It's the chest that I bought for him. Knight had a hidden chisel in there. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in this mess. Oh, but Bronco, why didn't you tell me? So he's a good guy? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not want to show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over his whole thing tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I've seen him with the clown makeup on. And I think he might have been the villain of this series, right? There are new shows soon. Look, if you come. Was he the villain? I'll join Regina on stage for this one. The Big Bear Circus is the closest and most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles for fun. Sounds great, doesn't it? I have to go. Don't think about it. Alright, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regina got acquainted. Please, Regina, anything but that. Please. Another satisfied customer. Oh, that was something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Stop it. Pat me on the back and you're gonna make me blush or topple over. I suppose if you're asking for too much for you to take it seriously. Seriously, Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, it was difficult to save the innocent client. To be an attorney. Gotta say, had a blast. I've done it like 10 times, bro. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy in the job. That's good, bittersweet, I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? Excuse me, you know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Come over to the light side is all the rage. Everybody's doing it into these days. Come on, Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck? Looks like you've got a mean defense team like there yourself, Miles. Fender, I'm a prosecutor. And I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Didn't we play as him in the next episode? Or is episode 4? We either played as him or we played as Gregory. Not sure which one it is. Could I really do such a thing? Gonna become a defense attorney, just like my dad. Attorney, like my father. Me? The end. The captive turnabout. Save. Yes. Yeah, and we're done. Let's just see the preview. Turnabout Legacy. Oh, we do play as him, as Gregory. Alright.